We'll rise and begin this evening. Oh, no, we won't rise. Sorry. I have to take roll call first. All right. We'll do a roll call starting with Ms. Power.
Here.
And Mr. Bryant.
Present.
Mr. Christensen.
Here.
Mr. Derricks.
Here.
Ms. Fair.
Present.
Ms. Jones.
Present.
And Chair is here. So all members of the school board are in attendance along with Superintendent Anderson. Now, sorry about that. We will rise and say the Pledge of Allegiance together. I pledge
Allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America.
and to the republic
To the republic for which it stands,
one nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. Holly, would you be willing to share our mission statement this evening? I don't mean
Definitely. I gotta get it. Which I'm 4 seconds away from pulling it up.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Where is it? I thought I had it. Oh, I'm in the wrong meeting. My fault. There we go. My computer's circling. Still circling.
Would it help if I put this up here for you?
Yes, that would be very helpful because I can see Google Meet, but I can't see what I need to see.
How about that? Can you see it?
No.
All right. Would you mind if
Yeah, you can read it. That's
read
fine.
it for you?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry about that. The mission of the Red Wing Public Schools is to educate and inspire all students as they realize their full potential and become respectful, responsible, and productive citizens.
Thank you.
And the agenda has been posted. Do we have any changes or additions to the agenda this evening?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda.
Motion by Janie. Do I have a second?
I'll second that, Heidi Jones.
All right. Any other discussion? All right, we will vote on the agenda, starting with Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
Mr. Christensen,
Aye.
Mr. Derricks,
Aye.
Ms. Fair,
Aye.
Ms. Jones,
Aye.
Ms. Tower,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. All right, the agenda passes. Thank you, everyone. Just a reminder that our education plan, our strategic directions, our core values are always listed in every agenda packet. So I will call your attention to that. And if you want to read that at another time, for all of our guests this evening, feel free to do that. It's always important for us to remember and be grounded in what our directions and our goals are. And then the next item on our agenda is recognitions and upcoming events. Who would like to share? Does anybody have anything they'd like to share? Recognitions and upcoming events?
Pam, I know it's obvious, but I just wanted to share for many of you that maybe don't have kids in the district that Q1 did end and it went very well. So I just wanted to, congratulate all of our teachers and our students for a very hard-packed Q1 where they learned a lot, and just thank you very much. So, because that was a very new thing for this year. So.
I was going to also say that, Janie, that we are very aware of all the different obstacles that our teachers are faced with on a daily basis and continue to be faced with. And so our heartiest thank yous probably don't do it justice, but we definitely appreciate the work that's going into making sure our students get the very best education possible in the midst of a pandemic. So thank you for your extra work. That is, I'll tell you one thing. I've been up at the high school the last several weeks. On Tuesdays, I always meet with the superintendent, and I go down to the IMC, and those ladies in there have been working so diligently to make sure that we're getting all of our materials back, but also to compile Q2 materials and books for our students and getting them out. So there's a lot of work that's going into making sure that everybody has the materials they need. Janie.
Last one for tonight, but I did get to go visit Jefferson last week too. And so thank you to Mrs. Corey, our excellent main leader out there. But man, I just encourage all the school board members, if you haven't been out there, now it will look a little differently, of course, but it was so neat to kind of see kids in those rooms and see the transformations that they made. So thanks to the community, thanks to all of us and everything, because man, that was just really neat to be able to see that school alive. And I know there's some amazing stories of what's happening there. So just hopefully maybe in the future we can have Kim and some of her staff come out and share some of that, because I know that they have been emotionally, affected even by that. Just some amazing stories of success and family bonding, and just was really neat to see that building alive. So awesome. Go see Jefferson.
Anything else for recognitions or upcoming events? Okay, seeing none, then we will move on to public comment. We have several people joining us for public comment this evening. And in our board packet, we talk about public comment. There are some 3 expectations for public comment. One is that we limit public comment to 3 minutes per person, and that a representative be selected to speak on behalf of a group or individuals attending the meeting for the same topic. We'll listen to public comment, but we won't be discussing that topic at the meeting, or for many of the topics we actually will be discussing later on down in the agenda. The superintendent and or chair may provide a response outlining steps the school district has taken or will take to address the concern. And number 3, we expect that comments remain respectful and appropriate and not identify any current or former students, their families, or staff members by name. So with that being said, our first person on my list is Rachel Marshall. Rachel, welcome to the school board meeting. I did see that you were signed on here, and I will turn it over to you for your public comment. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, and your dog.
Okay, I'm sorry. Of course, kids are coming home right now and the dog is barking.
No worries.
Sorry.
No worries.
All right. What I would like to say is I'm asking the school board to please open our schools back up for in-person learning until we meet parameters established by Governor Walz and the Minnesota Department of Health requiring us to go full distance. Premature restrictions based on anticipation do not benefit our staff or our students. The one indoor activity that appears to present less risk is school, especially elementary school. Young children seem to spread the virus less often than adults do. Research has shown that if you put social distancing protocols in place, school is actually quite a safe environment. The impact of forcing all of our students to go to full distance learning is significant and negative. We know that they learn less, are at risk for mental health problems, and are often forced into unsafe environments. It is not equitable or ethical to consider bringing back only some students for in-person learning, such as special education students, English learners, and failing students, and not consider all of the other students that may have equal but different difficulties with distance learning, not falling into any of the above groups requesting to have special privileges for in-person learning. All students benefit from in-person learning in their own unique way because all students have their own unique needs from their education. Those students who find it more beneficial to distance learn for any reason currently have that option. Thank you.
Karsten, you're on mute.
Yeah, thank you, Rachel, for your public comment. And I'll just briefly respond to Rachel. I think the other public comments are probably, also related to COVID or in-person learning. But we are discussing this issue later in the agenda. And so I'm sure some of the same issues or perspectives that you brought up, Rachel, will be brought up again during that discussion. So hopefully you stay tuned and we'll go from there.
The second public comment I have is from Ty Zucker, and he asked me to read it on his behalf. He lives at 818 Snowbird Drive here in Red Wing. And he writes, "Dear Red Wing School Board members, thank you for taking public comment. I am writing today because tomorrow my son will play his last high school football game, and I'd like to comment in support of sports in general and football in particular. Our son Zach was a freshman when Coach Nate Fryer was hired to coach football at Red Wing. Zach has been a starter in all of those 4 years. In these past 4 years, Red Wing has won a grand total of 1 football game, and that was during the first year. I'm not complaining about Coach Fryer or any of his staff. Quite the contrary, I am 100% supportive of Coach Fryer and his staff. He's never quit or given up. I've seen him and his assistants be passionately devoted to our young men and helping them grow, mature, and improve themselves. They've shown care and concern when it was called for, and they've held players to account when the effort was less than it should have been. I've seen Coach Fryer act with integrity at times when he could have bent the rules with no consequences. I'm thankful for his influence in my son's life. I believe that in the past, sports and Red Wing have been tolerated by the school board and administration instead of being seen and valued as an extension of the classroom. This is very unfortunate because lessons learned from sports have been essential to the success of both of my boys. Cross country taught my oldest son discipline, persistence, and long-term preparation for a future goal. Hockey taught both sons toughness, determination, and the need to be selfless. Football has taught teamwork, preparation, mental toughness, and strength. Do you know that 3 of the past 4 summers, the weight room at Red Wing High School has been closed for one reason or another? This summer it was open, but students were charged a fee to use it. This is an example of not supporting our students, and it's not the only one. It's throwing obstacles in their path. I'm not sure why I should vote for the school funding referendums when, in response, students are nickeled and dimed for things like this. This isn't supporting our students. I think we can do better. Success in athletics takes commitment from the top down, and it has tremendous benefit to our entire community, but most importantly, our students. Thanks, and go Wingers. All right. Thank you, Ty, for that public comment. The next person on our list is Sarah Ball. Sarah, are you here?
I am. Can you guys hear me?
We surely can. Thank you.
All right, good. I'm hiding out in a room at the hospital. I'm on a quick break so I could share tonight. So thank you for letting me speak. My name is Sarah Ball, and I have 3 kids in the public schools here in Red Wing. I'm representing a group of families here in Red Wing who have many different concerns about the 100% distance learning. Tonight, I want to speak from the perspective of not just a mom, but an emergency room nurse here in our community. Here's why I'm concerned about the all or nothing approach for 100% distance learning. We are headed into winter, and in a normal year for many teenagers and adults, this means increasing depression diagnoses related to seasonal affective disorder. Because of winter alone, the environment is ripe for increasing depression and thus the potential for suicide. Now, add in the anxieties related to COVID and quarantine, parents losing jobs, the increasing number of parents who are relapsing with drug and alcohol use, and the tense emotional environment related to an election. And we've just upped the ante of a major mental health crisis in our country. But let's dial it in even closer to home. We know that the second leading cause of death in adolescents, ages 12 to 17, is suicide. I am telling you guys from firsthand experience as an ER nurse that the mental health in our community is quickly digressing. The mental health of our adolescents is on the line, and with suicide being the second leading cause of death for their age group, this should concern you greatly. And how about our young students being home 100% of the time? I've had many conversations with parents who are my patients in the ER who are hospitalized because of the intense stress they are under. They're breaking. We all know that when parents are stressed, the children may suffer and the home environment may be even worse or become dangerous. For some of our kids, the only safe and healthy environment they have right now is at school. And now as the mental health crisis ramps up, the once tight availability for behavioral health bed placement is now on overload. Patients sit in our emergency department in a dark room with no windows, no family present for hours, and even up to days. And then we might be able to find them a room somewhere, sometimes even having to transfer out of state. And these patients are not just anybody. They are the kids in your 6th graders class or on your 8th graders basketball team or the neighbor mom who can't take the stress anymore. I am very concerned that when we bring all the kids home for distance learning, the mental health of our kids and our families will decline at an even more rapid rate. I also understand the potential for major staffing issues. Can we deal with those staffing issues when they arise, like you did with the 2nd grade class at Twin Bluffs, instead of just generally shutting down all the schools? It's also my understanding that if a teacher requests to not be in the school, the district has to accommodate them with a virtual job. And same for those parents who opt in for the distance learning for their kids. I believe the risks associated with 100% distance learning for children in our community is significant. And so I'm asking the board tonight to reverse the decision Karsten made to go distance learning and bring it back to our hybrid option that you so amazingly put into place. And then to deal with specific instances individually as they come rather than collectively just shutting everything down. Maybe we have options for better tracking and decision making by putting together a task force made up of teachers, parents, and healthcare providers. We know that kids are not super spreaders, and the reality is in Red Wing, we have the lowest number of cases per capita than the other towns within our county. I've been so impressed and awed by how well this school year has gone thus far. You have all done an incredible job, and I hope that teachers and staff members in our schools are never taken for granted again. You truly are the lifesavers, and our community does not exist without you. Our community needs you, our families need you, but most importantly, our kids need you. We need the schools open and we need them safe, and you have shown the ability to do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sarah. I appreciate, I know we all appreciate that perspective. And as you've heard Superintendent Anderson say, we will be discussing that a little bit further on down in our agenda. Do you have anything else to add to that, Karsten?
No, I had the pleasure of speaking with Sarah last week and discussed many of the same issues. And as you said, Pam, we'll discuss more in just a few minutes.
The next public comment is from Chris Ball, Sarah's husband, and I will read this on his behalf. His name is Chris Ball, and his wife Sarah wanted to share with the board that they've been collecting signatures of parents and community members who are in support of your decision as a board to continue with athletics and extracurricular activities. We are headed into a very long winter. We are thankful the school board has agreed to allow extracurricular activities and athletics, being that they are optional. Minnesota is a tough state to be quarantined in during the winter, and the mental health of our youth is incredibly important. Exercise, community, and purpose are necessary for a healthy, developing teenager. So he wanted me to make sure to share that as well. All right, and Simone, I will turn it over to you for your public comment. Thank you for joining us this evening.
Thank you for having me. Superintendent Karsten and the rest of the school board, my name is Simone Leonards, and I'm speaking today representing myself and my husband, voicing our concerns regarding your decision to transition to distance learning. We are the parents of a son in first grade. My husband and I are both essential employees and have been working daily throughout the entire pandemic. We are required to be on site in order to do our job and do not have the ability to work from home. Our son suffers from anxiety and excels when things are predictable and routine. The pandemic and the constant changes in life have been very difficult for him to adjust to, and that affects our entire family. So in March, when the schools went to distance learning, we were faced with having to send our child to childcare as we did not have family who could help watch our son. On a daily basis, we struggled with him to focus on starting his schoolwork starting at 4 or 5 p.m., long after his regular school day should have been done. He struggled with focusing, and the constant battle put a huge strain on our relationship. As I became the teacher instead of his mom, this became his sense of what school was, and he would tell me how much he hated school. And we were so relieved when schools reopened and we could tell him, or we could tell that he once again started learning not only academically, but socially, emotionally as well. He started developing great friendships and he was happy. He was able to change his perspective of what school and learning was and looked forward to going to school every day. And we as working parents were able to let go of being the teacher when we got home from work and could focus on being his parents once again. Our son knows that he has to return to childcare again, and once again is saying how much he hates school, and he was crying last night before bed, knowing that distance learning started today. Our fears for returning back to distance learning fall in the lack of ability to teach these young children aspects of school that cannot be done virtually, such as making friends, sharing, taking turns, controlling your emotions. Also academic skills like reading, writing, fine motor skills. Without direct face-to-face learning these skills, we fear it will negatively impact their future education. Parents are not trained on how to best teach these skills. This is why being a teacher requires further education. You have proven thus far that your in-person learning plan has worked. Students have excelled on mask wearing, social distancing, hand hygiene. And as parents, we are so proud of the work that you've done to keep our kids safe and healthy. And we know that you can continue to keep it this way. If we don't return to face-to-face learning when we have this opportunity, we're risking the development of our children, not only in the basics of learning, but their social and emotional growth as well. Let's put the needs of our children first and reopen the schools. Thank you.
Simone, thank you so much for joining us this evening and for your powerful comments this evening. It's one thing to sit here and make these decisions, but and we know that they're extremely difficult decisions to make. I think we all feel for you and your situation, and we know that there are so many other families out there that are in very similar predicaments and feel very much like you do. So I appreciate you coming forward. I know that we all appreciate you coming forward and sharing where you're at and what your needs are in your family. Thank you. And then our final public comment for this evening is Mr. Kirby Hansen. Kirby knows that his public comment is going to go over 3 minutes, and Based on what he has shared with me this evening and what he needs to share with us tonight, I am going to allow the public comment to go over his 3-minute time allotment. So, Mr. Hanson, go ahead. Thank you for being here.
All right, Chairperson Rowe, thank you. I hope that no one in the listening audience takes this as ill-timed. Please understand that I've been working on this public comment for a while. Thank you for allowing me to exceed my 3 minutes. Good evening. Thank you, members of the board, for allowing me to share this public comment. My name is Kirby Hanson. My wife Lisa and I reside at 1961 Audrey Avenue in Red Wing. My public comment today is actually for the parents of the students that we serve in Red Wing. Parents, as you all know, today we embarked on our K-12 distance learning adventure. For many of you and your children, the concept of distance learning is not new. Students in grades 5 through 12 have already experienced the good and bad of school by Google since September. But for the parents of our K-4 learners, as you're finding out, much is about to change. I want the parents out there to know that we, the teachers, are working hard to provide the best online education we know how to deliver. Many of our teachers are techie and cutting edge and frankly, a lot younger than me and have a deep, amazing bag of tricks at their disposal. I, on the other hand, learned very quickly last spring that I am not built to be an online teacher. I thought after 20 years that I had my A game going most days, but this pandemic has humbled me to the core, and I find that many days I feel like a rookie again. I wonder just how valuable my old tool bag really is. I know Google Meets will never and should never replace genuine human interaction, but until the good old days are back, know that my 195 teaching buddies and I are quickly learning how to make connections with your children and are excited to learn more in the upcoming weeks. Parents, please trust me, and please trust me when I tell you that preparing assignments, finding and reviewing videos, planning rigorous lessons, grading without paper, and orchestrating live Google Meets is no easy task. I'm sure someone could make a blooper reel of my first few months online. Believe me, there's plenty of footage to use. Kidding aside, please understand that this last piece, the concept of streaming live into your home, feels intrusive and risky for us. Every variable we used to be able to manage in our classroom is now magnified and multiplied tenfold. As the teachers venture forward, I'm asking for 4 things from you, the parents. Number 1, parents, please be patient with your child's teachers. Patience does not mean that you should expect anything less than a quality effort from us. Rather, it means that we will make mistakes that are now stored digitally for review and scrutiny. We will overplan, underplan, misspeak, on occasion misinform, and post the wrong thing from time to time, like the day I posted an answer key by mistake. That actually happened. Please be patient with us. Number 2, please exercise grace and try to avoid jumping to conclusions. I've worked side by side with students and teachers now for nearly half of my life, and I've learned when there is a student, parent, or teacher frustration and issues arise, the quick impulsive action is often the poor choice. Let's all agree to reflect and process first, rather than jumping to conclusions that may not help anyone. Number 3, and perhaps this is the most important ask, is this. Whether you are happy, sad, confused, frustrated, or elated with your child's teacher, please let that teacher know directly. We're going to bumble, stumble, forget, exaggerate, hyperbolize, and just plain fail from time to time. And unfortunately, that means your child may not receive a world-class education for those infrequent lapses. Please don't call or email our principals. Please don't call or email Superintendent Anderson or members of the school board without first connecting with us, your child's teachers. Emails are fine, but phone calls are always preferred. Finally, please avoid using social media to air your concerns about teachers. Social media definitely has its place, but using Facebook as an alternative means of talking to a teacher simply won't do. Yes, we're asking you to do better than that, to set a positive example for your child in addressing issues directly with your child's teacher. Everything about our public school this year is different, everything. Please take my comments as a guide, if you will, for smoothing out the uncertain, bumpy road ahead of us. Put your faith in us that we are working as hard as we can to do right by your children every single day. And when those bumpy moments occur, and they will, we will be more than happy to address them head on with you, hoping for a positive outcome. Thank you, members of the Red Wing School Board, and especially thank you, parents of Red Wing.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hanson, for your comments this evening. I think you represent your fellow teachers very well in sharing those concerns and those comments. And you're right, we're all learning as we go. We've never done this before. So thank you for those great reminders too.
You're very welcome.
We have a lot to think about and consider this evening and every meeting moving forward. So definitely all of these comments are so important to all of us, and we encourage you all to keep them coming. We welcome public comment all the time, and we very much value that. So thank you.
Welcome.
Whew. All right, school board reports is our next item on the agenda. As I look at school board reports, the first one on my list is the finance committee. Anybody have anything from finance committee?
Yeah, finance will be seeing the audit today, and that was probably the most important thing we did, and we went over it in our last meeting.
Great. Anything else from finance? All right, operations. We have your last meeting minutes in our agenda packet, but anything that anybody would like to share?
Madam Chair, I got a little information that we did have proposals sent in for the leasing land around the tower. I don't see it on the agenda here tonight, but I did get a email that asking if we should be going to a committee meeting first or bringing it up in a special meeting coming up next Monday or whatever, and I haven't heard any more. It just came up this afternoon. But there were two proposals. I think that's public knowledge that we can say on that, and I'm not quite sure where we're going on this. Maybe Carson can elaborate on that.
Yeah, and we did include it as a potential agenda topic for the 23rd. But I'd like to talk to you, Arlen, as well as Jim and I believe Pam. Are you the third? Are the
Holly.
three of you? Holly. You know, if you'd like for me to set up a special operations committee meeting to review and discuss, ask questions before the 23rd, I'd gladly do so. Do you guys have a preference either way?
I'm open to what Arlen and Jim would like.
Yeah, I'm
okay
fine either way, either me.
One of the things, just to note, because of the type of proposal, there needs to be some action taken by early December so they can act on what they need to do with the property. I don't know if I can elaborate what the proposals were to be used for or not, but actions in order for them to make this work needs to be taken care of shortly.
Jim,
I'm
I
open
think
to whatever. Yeah, I'm open to if we think we need to discuss something before the special meeting, fine. If we don't, just bring it to the meeting. Either one's fine by me. So
sounds
special
good.
board
Maybe,
meeting, I mean.
Right. Maybe Pam, Arlen, and I can chat tomorrow and then make some final arrangements. As long as both Holly and Jim are okay either way.
Sounds good. Why don't we discuss that?
I'm good with that, or I'm good to go to a committee meeting yet this week. So.
Okay. We'll finalize it tomorrow morning then. Come up with a plan.
Sounds good. Personnel committee, any updates from personnel?
You know, I think the minutes pretty much cover it. We're just continuing negotiations with a couple groups, and I think that's it.
Thank you. Legislative and policy committee.
We were originally scheduled for our committee meeting today, but we've moved that out 2 weeks. So we'll be meeting November 30th. Anything else? On that, we'll have school board procedures, the legislative platform, and I'm not sure where we're at with the Title IX policy, Karsten.
Title IX policy, and then also an update on the administrative procedurals handbook, because it also has significant changes.
Great. Thank you. Any other equity team? Is there any updates from the equity team?
I think I gave you an update last time where we meet about every other month, so there's quite a gap in between, to follow through on initiatives. If I may, Madam Chair, I have an MSBA report. We met, MSBA Board of Directors met last weekend, covered a lot of ground. We did have the opportunity to have a Zoom meeting with the new CEO, Executive Director of National School Boards Association, Ana Chavez. Good news there is, whether formally or informally, she is next to the discussion with the Biden team about a Department of Education secretary and who those candidates might be. She's worked with both President-elect Biden and Dr. Biden in the past. The Delegate Assembly, I'll be meeting on Wednesday evening this week. There are fewer resolutions to address, again, in a COVID environment. We discussed Executive Order 2094 and 2095. Frankly, School Board Association was caught by surprise by the governor's executive order regarding specifically the 30-minute prep time. So there's a lot of discussion behind the scenes about how do we do that? What did you mean by that? We need a better decision-making process. If you're excluding one of the critical stakeholders in public education conversations. And we had a call with the governor prior to that, the week prior, and there were over 850 people on that call, board members and superintendents. So it's getting a lot of focus right now, especially regarding the November 30th implementation deadline. Several districts have reported that they have been reaching out to their regional support teams to better understand how guidance is working, what MDE, MDH, and the governor's office expect of districts. And they're actually being turned away, telling them they have no more appointments available. So those regional support teams are being overwhelmed with the number of cases coming forward. What does it mean for students, workplaces, decision-making? And I mentioned that just because I think it's impacting what we're going to be discussing later as a learning model. Looking ahead, the leadership conference is confirmed as virtual using those dates that I gave you preliminarily before. It'll be Thursday mornings, January 14th, 21st, and 28th. Naturally, there'll be a lot of changes, but there are some of the same elements. You will need to elect a different person to fill my directorship seat. I am leaving 2 empty years on the table with my departure. So you'll want to pay attention to that. There will be skill building skills shops, workshops, and the roundtables. And the awards luncheon will be postponed. The student showcase will be videos, and the vendors will be a dedicated web page, most likely. So again, lots of changes. And the awards luncheon, recognizing board members across the state for their different levels of effort, is also going to be a separate event later. And I was part of the committee that selected the All-State School Board. Always inspiring. Every one of those folks brings a wealth of talent and experience and a high level of commitment to advocacy and good governance. So I will no longer be with you when that takes place, but I have worked with some of those folks, so a real privilege. And that's all I have for now, unless you have questions for me about Leadership Conference.
I think there is, in the past, we've registered through the district office. Is there, I would assume that there's still a charge for the leadership conference that are.
No, we do not.
No.
We are one of the few school board associations who do not charge for membership for attending. So I'm not sure. That's a good question about the registration process.
I was on the
We'll have
website
to
today,
see.
and I think you can just do it right on their website on their
That's
first.
what I'm guessing, that everything
Yep.
I've signed up for, I just do directly through MSBA now. So
Yeah, yeah,
they'll send you a link.
yeah. Perfect. Actually, just on their homepage, there's a link right there to sign up. So that would be great if all of us could do that. It's, even though it's virtual, I think there's always a wealth of information that we can glean from that opportunity. So I would really encourage all of us to attend if possible. All right. Any other board updates, board reports? All right. Seeing none, then Superintendent Anderson, we will turn it over to you for your administrative reports.
Great. I apologize for posting this document this afternoon. I like to do it earlier than that so that people can look through it before the meeting. So we'll take a little more time for me just to briefly highlight some of the most important points. First of all, we did receive a request to reopen the contract with the Cooks Association for the second year. They would like to consider increasing contributions to health insurance because of our premium increases. And so I'm assuming that the board would allow Janie, Pam, and Jim to at least make a recommendation as far as whether or not we'll reopen that. I've never reopened a contract before. It is allowable by state law, but you know, it's obviously has some ramifications. So I'll set up a meeting, you know, with the three of us, or with the four of us, so that we can discuss that, unless you have some initial questions or comments now. We also have a mediation session scheduled with the Custodial Association. That meeting is scheduled for December 2nd. And so at least we're making progress. Mediation is a good thing. You know, you don't want to go to mediation, but once you get there, you know, usually we can take great strides in resolving issues and coming to a settlement. As part of their due diligence, there were two representatives of a potential charter school who contacted me to share their tentative plans moving forward. It was just a week or two ago when we met. The school's authorizer did accept the school's application for a charter school opening in July of 2022. Initial plans include grades K through 6 with possible plans to expand in the future. So again, I'm just letting you know that there is a possibility that a charter school will open within our school boundaries. It will be a Montessori-based charter school. And so I just wanted to let you know. And you know, I appreciated their willingness to reach out to me to share their information, and you know, I'll keep you updated as things progress. I think Janie had a question.
Yeah.
No, thanks. I was wondering, I don't know if Heidi would have anything with MSBA or Kirsten, you would, but it would be nice. I've been being asked several questions about that charter school. And so do we have any documentation or just kind of factuals of like the differences between, you know, public schools and charter schools and the funding and all that kind of stuff, just to have as a reference for information? Just so I can give facts.
Yeah, I can
refer them to.
I'll ask the School Board Association to see if they have a document.
Thank you.
And a charter school is a public school, but it does run under different guidelines and a different structure. And their board is a different kind of a makeup too. Mm-hmm. So yeah, probably MSBA is the right source to turn to for those distinctions. And MSBA also provides charter school training. So we're still working in that public circle.
Yeah, MSBA also provides model policies for charter schools and some other support because they are, you know, public schools. And so I'll start with them and see what I can find, just as an FYI. Arlen already brought up the proposals received for the land lease for the 10 acres of land on the high school property. We did make some progress with planning for in-person or hybrid school board meetings. We're down to 2 possible ways of doing it. One is to use what's called an OWL, which is a device that can track who's speaking, and then that feeds into whatever platform we have for sharing out to the public. And then another option is to rely on participants using Chromebooks and headsets like I'm wearing in order to communicate. We haven't tested that to make sure that the feedback is muffled with that, but those are the 2 things that we'll keep working on. The e-learning plan was, I was going to submit that to the state, thinking that, with the COVID and distance learning and all that, that they would allow approval of a change in the middle of the year. They won't, but I'll work on the e-learning plan for next school year so that we can use distance learning whenever there's a weather emergency, or at least up to 5 days. Now, with that being said, the state has given us allowance to do distance learning whenever there's a snow emergency. So I'll be going through one of our committees, probably the personnel committee, to look at who reports when, depending on the type of emergency. So that's still coming, and we will still have distance learning on those days, but I need to formalize a different kind of document. Oh, an update on the application for educational benefits that some of us still call the free and reduced lunch application process. We currently have about 168 fewer families who qualify for educational benefits this year. That translates into about $460,000 less in revenue than what we had last year or planned for this year. Now, since that report came out, I know Brent has received another 20 applications. So, we're continuing to take those applications in, and that will help with funding. Brent Luxfold, the food service director, also recommended that we consider having our secretaries and paraprofessionals, other employees, call every family in the district to encourage them to apply. So we're not able to share who qualified for free and reduced lunches last year. And so really the only option we have is just to call every family in the district. This is critically important. Obviously, first we want those families to receive the benefits that they deserve because of their particular situations. But then also we need to make sure that we maximize our funding because we need to serve, all of our kids. Don Wedern is still leading the effort to survey families who are open and rolling out of the district. So just want to let you know, I'm going to keep that on there until we have the survey completed. I did talk to a board member recently about, just different options about like the business office, HR, and other areas. And so I will be adding one more option as far as having a finance employee instead of a half-time business manager. The advantage would be to provide more time for work in the business office. So there are advantages and disadvantages to every option, but I just want to let you know that I will add that as an option for the business office. I also the same board member encouraged me to contact school management services to see if there's any way we could get rid of the non-compete clause that is in Jackie Paradis's contract. Unfortunately, and not surprisingly, Mr. Netsky said no. He's not interested in eliminating that clause. In some other one-on-one meetings that I've had with board members, multiple board members have expressed the desire to engage the school board candidates in our decision-making processes, those who did not finish in the top 4. And so we'll be reaching out to them to see if they're interested in the equity team or district advisory council, some other leadership positions and decision-making authorities in the school district. Sarah Houle from CISO, or the Center for Efficient School Operations, they're the routing company. They also do contract work with our transportation provider. And so Sarah's going to analyze what we should be paying for student during distance learning. We do not have to pay 100%. So she's going to be looking at what some other districts are doing, some operational costs, bus employee costs, that kind of thing that's built into their contract. And then we'll be going through operations to share that information to determine next steps. Let's see, Wonders 2020 curriculum for 6th grade. I know that issue was brought up by a board member, maybe at the last meeting or the meeting before that. And you were wondering, well, why don't we have Wonders curriculum in 6th grade? Based on some earlier conversations and the work of the 6th grade English language arts teachers, you know, we decided to move forward with a teacher-created curriculum that was standards-based. It was really well done. The problem is that teacher took a position in another school district. And that's one of the problems with developing your own curriculum. Even if it's really great curriculum, you know, people do explore other options. And so I think that's probably what led to the questions about, you know, why Wonders 2020 curriculum isn't used. The price tag for purchasing curriculum for all 6th graders is about $45,000 plus shipping and handling. And so at some point we'll have to decide if that's worth the cost or not. Obviously, it's nice to have a well-established curriculum in the hands of all teachers. The negative is that next year, if and when we go back to like a middle school model, then we won't need 8 sets of curriculum, we'd only need 3. But I wanted to at least let you know the cost of providing that curriculum. And so I think we'll need to at least explore that option more in the near future. And then I'm going to jump back to the item before that. Earlier this morning, I did meet with our COVID response team as well as some county representatives. The county is reporting, you know, a COVID rate of just under 65 for the 2-week period from October 18th through the 31st. For the following week, that rate will be about 86. So that's what's going to be reported this coming Thursday. Thereabouts, it's always an estimate. Some of the numbers change as people are added and taken off the list, but it's going to go up from about 65 to 86 this Thursday. And then next Thursday, the projection is 114. So it's going up again. So you see that we're going from 65 to 86 to 114. And of course, that represents a rough approximation of community transmission of COVID. We do have 180, or during the last 2-week period, we have 187 of the cases were from Red Wing, with 29 of them being school-age kids. Now, just a note, that would include kids who live in Red Wing but go to non-public schools, go to other public school districts. It also includes 18 and 19-year-olds. And so a lot of those kids are in college, but that's how it's defined. But I wanted to give you that information, and I'm sure we'll cover that more here later in the discussion. And that's all I have, unless you have some questions.
Karsten, I have one question, and it seems kind of a silly question, but I don't want to lose it. One of the committees that we do have is the calendar committee. And this tends to be the time of year when we start talking about the calendar for 21, 22, which seems to be a really far foreign thing to be thinking about right now. But should we start thinking about that? And what are your thoughts on moving forward with the calendar committee?
Yeah, I think we can move forward with those meetings. I'd prefer waiting a couple of weeks so that teachers have a chance to settle in with distance learning or whatever model is chosen. But then I think we need to at least get a rough draft. I actually had a rough draft last spring, right before COVID started, for next year. So it won't take me long to prepare that. But I'll probably try to leave some flexibility in the document just so that, you know, in case some things change as we go.
Wonderful, thank you. Any other questions for Superintendent Anderson and his administrative reports? All righty. Then the next item on our agenda is to the approval of the consent agenda. Do we have anything we'd like to pull from the consent agenda this evening? No? Then I will look for a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved. This is Janie.
Motion made by Janie. Do I have a second?
Mike will second.
Motion made by Janie, seconded by Mike. Any other discussion? All right, then we'll take a roll call vote to pass the consent agenda, starting with Mr. Christensen,
Aye.
Mr. Derricks,
Aye.
Ms. Fair,
Aye.
Ms. Jones,
Aye.
Ms. Tower,
Aye.
Mr. Bryant,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. So the consent agenda passes 7-0. Next up is the resolution accepting donations and grants.
Yep, I'd like to thank Red Wing Chevrolet for their $500 donation to the Innovative Learning Fund for Burnside School.
Very much appreciated.
So moved.
All right, so the resolution.
School Board Member Bryant says. School Board Bryant moves aye. Approval.
Motion made by Jim to approve the attached resolution accepting donations and grants, moved by Jim. Do I have a second?
Janie will second.
All right, any other discussion? All right, we'll start with a roll call vote, starting with Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Fair,
Aye.
Ms. Jones,
Aye.
Ms. Tower,
Aye.
Mr. Bryant,
Aye, and thank you, Red Wing Chevrolet.
and Mr. Christensen,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. The resolution passes 7-0. Thank you. All right, next on our agenda is the presentation of the financial audit.
I'd like to introduce Tom Olinger and Aaron Enstead from Abdu, Ike, and Myers. This is the first time that they've given an audit presentation in Red Wing Public Schools. And so I'd like to have them take over to make the presentation.
Okay, thank you. I can get started here. I will go ahead and present my screen. Okay, hopefully you can see my screen. Well, thank you. We went through the audit presentation with the Finance Committee earlier in a lot more detail, but we'll kind of do some of the highlights going through it for the board. And if there are any questions as we kind of go through, feel free to ask those as we kind of go. So once again, my name is Tom Olinger. I'm the governmental service partner at Abdu, Ike, and Myers. Hesitating here to advance, so sorry about that. Here we go. I will go through the audit opinion, and then Aaron will go through the general fund results and some of the other governmental funds, and then I'll also talk about the key performance indicators of kind of some comparisons with other school districts in the area and across the state. We did have a single audit report for this year. We tested both the special ed and the school nutrition cluster, and there were no findings related to that. As part of our audit too, we also do Minnesota legal compliance testing. And there was one finding that we did come up with related to the statements of purpose of student activities. There were 3 student activity accounts missing a statement of purpose, which was similar to a finding last year too. But management is taking steps to address these 3 activity accounts to make sure that this finding is eliminated in future audits. So with that, I will turn it over to Erin, and she'll kind of go through some of the financial numbers.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Thank you for having us tonight. Like Tom said, my name is Erin Enstead. I am a manager here at Abdweiker and was in charge of the Red Wing audit this year. So we'll start by looking at some general fund results. So what this graph is doing is looking at your average daily membership and your general fund expenditures. So the blue line is representing your ADM and your budget, or your expenses, your general fund expenses. And then the green line is looking at your expenses per student there. So you can see there, has been kind of a steady increase. The one thing I did want to point out is this year, with new GASB standard, the student activities are now reported in the general fund. So that's about $950,000 additional expenses in the general fund this year as compared to prior years. So kind of keep that in mind. That does account for part of that jump last year compared to this year too. So that, and there were some additional like $360,000 in capital leases and that, so additional expenses there this year. Then looking at the next slide. So this is taking a look at your general fund balance. So you can see the red line is looking at your general fund expenses. The blue line is your general fund unassigned and assigned balances, so available fund balance. And then the gray line is your fund balance policy. So you have a fund balance policy of 5% of expenditures. So you've just kind of gradually been building that a little. So at the end of 2020, you're at 11.2% of expenditures sitting in available fund balance. Then looking at your general fund budget to actual, so you can see, revenues were pretty close, within 65,000. Your expenditures were under by about 612,000. So a lot of this related to repairs and maintenance. That was about 540 of budget variance. The parking lot, there was a parking lot project that got put off for next year. So it was budgeted, put off till next year. So it was just kind of a timing issue there. And then also special ed salaries and benefits were down about 290,000 compared to budget. And then you'll look, leases issued for 362,000. So those were computer leases. And then transfers out to agency fund for 64,000. Overall, net increase in fund balance of about 1.8 million. So you had a budget, you wanted to increase fund balance about 1 million and ended at 1.8 million. So there was an increase in property taxes of 3,175,000, increase in state revenue. And like I said, with that parking lot expenses, it's just a timing issue. So next year those will take place, which is partly related to that additional increase there. Then we'll take a look at your general fund revenues per ADM. So this is going to take 2 years of your district's data and then also compared it to the region and statewide average, just to kind of give you a general idea for where you sit compared to other districts. No two districts are ever identically the same, but just kind of gives you an idea of where you sit compared to others. So you can see kind of right in line there with your state, federal, and local sources. There you are a little on the higher end. Then looking at your general fund expenditures. So this just takes a look by department where your expenses are taking place. So obviously a bulk of your expenses are elementary and secondary regular instruction there, but you can kind of see year after year kind of what that trend is. Then like I said, in 2020, you do have that additional student activities, which in the prior years have not been recorded in the general fund. Then we'll take a look at your general fund expenditures per ADM. So this takes a look at Red Wing compared to statewide averages. So you can see there, Red Wing is the blue line, the state average is the green line. So you're kind of following that trend. And then in 2020, it's tough. It's just estimating what 2020 is going to be, but obviously the computer does not know COVID has been happening. So we'll see what 2020 data actually looks like. I don't know if it will look like that or not, but so kind of keep that in mind when you're comparing prior years to current year. There was nothing like this in prior years. So it's obviously a very different year compared to other years. So kind of keep that in mind when looking at trends from year to year. Then taking a look at your general fund expenditures by object code. So just seeing by type, by expenditure types, looking at salaries, benefits, purchase services, capital, and that, you can kind of see where a bulk of your expenses are there over the last 2 years. Then Tom will take over and talk about some key performance indicators.
Okay, thanks, Erin. Kind of a last few slides here, we'll go through the key performance indicators. So the general fund balance as a percentage of expenditures did increase this year in 2020. But as Erin had said earlier, there's going to be some timing issues where we'll see that kind of drop as more expenditures are there, and really not knowing what the next year will bring. That increase in fund balance is probably important to watch, because you don't know where funding is going to be, or also any additional expenditures as we kind of move into the next year. Taking a look at the food service fund, the budget to actual. So the revenues are at a variance of a positive of 112, and expenditures had a positive variance of 68,000, with a net change of about 170,000. So the fund balance in the food service is fairly healthy here. As we kind of know with this next year on the way the food program is going to work and the funding there, it's going to be totally different as we look, as most of that is covered by particular dollars going forward, at least for this next year. Taking a look at the trend, expenditures per ADM did increase, but as we kind of had mentioned earlier, that is kind of following a trend of where we were at with other expenditures for this year. And like I said, the fund balance is in decent shape, and this will look totally different for next year. Community service, as we're taking a look at that, obviously revenues were down based on programs not available, but that was offset by a positive expenditures of 349. But overall, the fund balance is at about 500,000 for this last year. Taking a look at the trend here, there is an uptick in the expenditures for 2020, and you're on the high end, but this is mainly because of the outreach of your programs. There's a lot more programs related with the community service. So a combination of revenues, you'll have higher revenues than other school districts, and then that also matches with the expenditures tied to that. So that's why you're on the high end, is just based on the outreach. Taking a look at the debt service funds, this graph below shows the amount of principal and interest that is due in the next few years. So it stays relatively consistent between that 1.4 and 1.8 for the next several years. As you see above, there's several debt maturities with first couple dropping off in 2025 as you kind of move forward. But overall, the debt outstanding is just shy of 21 million. Taking a look at cash and investment balances, as you're taking a look at between 19 and 20, they've stayed relatively consistent over the last couple of years, with slight increase of about 400,000, which is tied to some of the dollars in the general fund for this last year too. Taking a look at the overall key performance indicators for property taxes per ADM, Red Wing Schools is at about 1,600 per ADM, which is a little bit above the statewide averages, and then also Region 10. But what I really like to kind of point out is the average school district property taxes and the property tax per $100,000 home value. So that really kind of outlines what is the impact on citizens, because certainly as we kind of go through that, even though there's a higher property tax levy, the mix of commercial versus residential and the market values that are out there, that there's a balance with that. And if you look at those two items there, they're both below both the region 10 and also the statewide averages consistently for both of those. Taking a look at the administrative expenditure trend, there is kind of a consistent uptick in the expenditure, but on the low end of the averages with other school districts across the state. So we pull this information from Minnesota Department of Education and accumulate the data and kind of show the range of expenditures that are there. And like I said, this is on the lower end. Elementary and secondary has stayed right within that range too, and kind of following the key performance indicators of the statewide averages too, as we kind of move forward. Special ed did have an uptick this year, and is a little bit on the higher end, but with special ed, the majority of this is funded by federal and state dollars that offset these expenditures. So those are mainly funded by those dollars. Instructional support services did have an uptick this year related to some of those additional capital items that were funded by the capital lease that is out there. So we had additional capital of about $360,000 more than what was budgeted there. And I think what we're really going to see this trend, even though that green line is staying relatively flat, we're going to see an uptick for next year, just the way schools are on getting additional technology and various needs as we kind of go through that. So with that, I just want to wrap up and say that this was, a unique audit experience this year. We did do a remote audit. We talked through what we kind of did with the finance committee there, but I just want to reiterate the point that we really appreciate the cooperation that the school district provided us in working through this, and overall we felt like it went fairly smooth. So we certainly appreciate that, and with that, I'll certainly open it up to any questions.
This is Mike. I've got a few things. Graphs are always interesting, and that first graph we showed, if I can bring that up for myself, and maybe you can, on the average daily membership and general fund expenditures, it's a really ugly looking graph. And we get it. Keep going. It shows a steep increase in the general fund expenses per ADM as of our student population, and then our student population declining, while the expenses, and of course the 20 expenses are including what we did in last spring. Is that correct? This is fiscal years?
Yep. That's correct.
So that's but it still is a large jump from 18 to 19, or it's a steady climb, but then we were doing quite a bit of, we were spending down our capital bond referendum, doing improvements in the school district, right, Karsten?
Yeah, I would say that the biggest reason for that increase was implementation of the operating levy referendum. So we were buying textbooks, or technology, hiring some staff members, but it was in support of the referendum in fiscal year 20.
Right. And so these kind of general fund expenditures don't, it's not an ever increasing graph. It kind of ebbs and flows, correct? As we need,
Yeah,
as we need things.
And keep in mind that the student activities is also combined this year. So that was just about 950,000. So you've always had those expenses. Just in prior years, they haven't had to be recorded in the general fund, and now they're having to be recorded in the general fund. So that's another piece of this graph it's not comparing apples to apples, but it kind of gives you a general idea, and just knowing that background there.
Right, and then these other graphs all have large jumps into 2020, but it's the state averages are not calculated yet, right?
Correct.
Nope.
And then down at the bottom, the elementary and secondary regular instruction expenditures per student. We're bring that up.
Yeah.
Page 21. I'm looking at my own. Okay. So we're way low on the averages across the state, both in the instruction expenditures, the administration expenditures, and then we're well above in the special education expenditures. So those special education expenditures are negatively they're impacting the money that we are able to spend on elementary and secondary regular instruction and administration. Would that be a fair statement?
I would say most of that is funded by federal and state dollars that are specific for special ed. So there, a lot of the special ed the dollars are expenditure driven. So whatever you spend is kind of reimbursed at the federal and state levels.
Right,
So
but they're
really,
not reimbursed at 100%.
No.
And you have a lot of it depends on the makeup of your student population. And you guys have a pretty high percentage of special ed students. So that kind of drives being on the higher end of this too. That a lot of it goes up to your student mix, your student population.
Right.
And again, Mike, I think your comment has to do with the difference between special ed expenditures and special ed revenues. That difference is called the cross subsidy. And so that's something that the Legislative and Policy Committee and the Finance Committee are very well aware of, because that does impact how much we can spend elsewhere.
Right. It's a pretty huge impact looking at these charts. And of course, charts and graphs are not perfect, but to show Red Wing at the lowest quartile, if that's a word, the lowest quartile of districts in the state in these expenditures for students, for standard elementary and secondary education, as well as administration. And the other districts, that graph showed that we're pretty close to how much revenue we're getting from the state in the 10 district or whatever you called it.
Region.
But but yet there's still, it's a significant difference in what we're able to do with the money that we're given on a fundamental level in education. I just want to point that out to the public, that there's a significant deficit in what we're able to do with the money that we're given by the state and the feds to complete the education where people are expecting. And that's all. I just wanted to make sure that everyone knew that these graphs were graphs and not the word itself. Anybody else have questions?
Heidi did, and then Jim.
All right. Could you, I know I asked this when we had our committee review, but could you help the public understand the schools that make up Region 10? I think I remember part of the list, but could you characterize what that comparative partner is that you have on many of these graphs? What is Region 10?
Yes, let me pull that up. Maybe does the next person want to go, and then we'll get back to, I just have to open up the Excel, and it sometimes takes a little bit.
Okay.
To get that open, or we could just wait a minute, either or.
And I just had one more comment I wanted to share. Thank you for your work and all the Red Wing Public Schools staffers who participated in this first time all virtual audit. By all accounts, it went well. It's probably the wave of the future. It's we're building a new relationship with you, and this was good, a good start, I think, especially in a very difficult year, to partner with you. So I appreciate your professionalism, and I'll wait for my Region 10 answer.
All right, really close. Okay, so it is, let's see. Okay, so it's a pretty long list. I'll hit a couple of the main ones. Oh, come on. Okay, so we have, Casson, Albert Lee, Cannon Falls, Red Wing, obviously you guys included, Faribault, Northfield, Rochester, Byron, Blooming Prairie, Owatonna, Medford, Winona, Plainview,
it's probably,
I can send you guys the full list. That's the main ones. Goodhue, Pine Island.
Sounds like Southeast Minnesota.
Right, that's what I'm trying to get at. It's
Yep.
districts of all sizes across southeastern Minnesota.
Correct.
Yep.
Okay. So I mean, there's obviously some larger ones in there. Rochester's, the giant in the region, but then there's a lot of smaller districts too. So I just,
hard to get a comparative.
Right. So it's sort of a regional approach, but, how do we compare with like-sized schools? And I get every district has different characteristics, different economic circumstances sometimes. So I was just curious, and I think that's something that board members should be aware of who are your comparables when you're discussing Red Wing's position relative to any other comparative group. So thank you. That's all. Yep. I just wanted to kind of generally characterize that. So thank you, Erin.
And what we can do is, if there's a group of 10 schools that you want to be benchmarked against, we could certainly provide those metrics for you going forward, rather than a region.
Yeah, I think that would probably be a good idea. Get more of a regional center group of similarly populated districts would be probably a more a much more accurate comparison.
Yeah, and if the finance committee wants to give us 10 schools that they want to benchmark, we'd be more than happy to do that.
We have to do that? Come on.
Well, I just on who you want to be compared to.
Right.
I mean, because it would be kind of consistent, with what other comparisons you might do too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
just something to think about for the future. Thank
Yep.
you.
Yep. Thanks.
Jim, you were in the queue?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tom and Aaron, thank you very much for presenting tonight, and you did a very nice job tonight, as you did in the Finance Committee the other night. It's kind of nice to get the information prior to the board meeting, like it has to be in the past. It used to be given to you at the board meeting. So, but my question kind of is, and I'm not sure if the answer is known by you or we have to dig into it through our superintendent. We have fortunate to have a nuclear power plant in our backyard or in the city limits of Red Wing within the school district of Red Wing. And I know that they're a significant contribution towards the tax base of Goodhue County and the city of Red Wing. My question kind of is, how does that play into the comparison for the region and statewide averages on the commercial and residential property tax, where we were lower than those on your graph?
Yeah, I don't know the exact number on that, but that is exactly what it is on the mix, because you have your per ADM is, 1600 or 1651, and the more commercial mix you have, the lower that residential property tax value is. So, there's going to be some cities and school districts that don't have that commercial base to absorb some of that market value. So that would, I don't know the specific number offhand, but that is the direct result of what's happening here with one of the highest per ADM, but one of the lowest on the overall tax rate, with the 560 and the 342 for those credits.
Thank you. And I think I'll have to echo a little bit what Heidi said. I think this is the new norm of the virtual thing. And talking with you at the Finance Committee and again here tonight, seemed to go over pretty well. And I'm guessing it's probably something we'll explore next year, next September, or whenever you start the audit again. So.
Yeah. Well, thank you. And, if there are any questions that come up, feel free to reach out to us. We want to help throughout the year in any way. And that's one of the benefits of the virtual environment too, is that we're a lot more accessible too.
Thank you so much for joining us this evening. Any last comments or questions on our audit? There's no action that needs to be taken. So again, thank you. And if questions or comments do arise, I'm sure that they would be happy to entertain any of those at any time. Their names and numbers are in the packet for further questions that might come up. So thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank
Have
you.
a good day.
Thanks.
You too.
Bye.
Next on our agenda is the combined polling place resolution. Superintendent Anderson.
Each year, the state requires us to pass this particular resolution in case we have an election that's not held on a statewide election date. So even though we do not anticipate any school district elections next year, we still need to pass this resolution. The change this year is that we are now able to vote at the fire station instead of Burnside School, and so you see that reflected in the resolution.
Does anybody have any questions, comments? Jim?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is for for school board. We're several years away from any possible referendum. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, it could be for an operating levy referendum, a building referendum, or a school board election.
Special election, yeah.
But we're not in the market to approach the taxpayers again this
Correct.
in 2021 for a referendum.
Yeah, we have no intention of pursuing any kind of vote, but we still have to approve this before January 1st of each year.
I got that, and I'll just say, because it doesn't matter at this time, but down the road, I think we find better results by having any type of election on a even numbered statewide election date. So, school board or referendum, as it passed the last 2 elections. So,
yeah, there could be some exceptions, like if there is a school board vacancy, for example, then we may have to run a special election for that.
Yeah, I understand that, and that seems to be the only circumstance that comes to my mind as to why we would have to have something in an odd numbered year coming up in 2021.
Right. Heidi, did you have something to add?
I have one response to that discussion too, but it's also a practical function of the timing of your referendums. So, I mean, if our referendum runs out at a certain year and it falls on it would have fallen on the even year, but we don't want to jump off the cliff after a 5-year referendum and it's thumbs up or thumbs down. Usually we've been asking in that cycle on the 4th year so that it's not such a surprise, and that might just fall on an off year too. So, I mean, there's some practical considerations in addition to what the superintendent laid out. And I'll make the motion. This is kind of one of those things that's kind of picayune, but as Carson pointed out, it's statutorily what we have to do. And this is something that the School Board Association pushes back on all the time. Just trust your local leaders to know what to do here. But I'll move to approve the attached resolution establishing combined polling places for multiple precincts and designating hours during which the polling places will remain open for voting for school district elections not held on the day of a statewide election.
I'll second.
Arlen? The motion's on the table by Heidi, seconded by Holly. Any discussion? Arlen,
Sorry, I was just trying to second the motion.
Oh. Any
You
other
have to sign up
discussion?
for that.
I know. Yeah, you don't. Just shout it out. Any other discussion? All right, we'll take a roll call vote, this time starting with Ms. Fair.
Aye.
Ms. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Tower?
Aye.
Mr. Bryant?
Aye.
Mr. Christensen?
Aye.
Mr. Derricks?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So that resolution passes 7-0. All right, moving on. Activities handbook, business item 4.3. Mr. Hartman.
I believe Mr. Hartman was able to join us by phone. He had a personal engagement today and he wasn't sure of his cell phone service. Paul, are you on the line?
I am on the line. I apologize for not being on camera. I'm driving back from an unfortunate family commitment. Not driving back from an activity night, but I'm here to answer any questions or any comments on the activities handbook.
I don't necessarily have any questions, but I do just want to comment that I know this has been a work in progress for a really long time. And I was very pleased to see this come up on our agenda this evening. I'm very pleased to see that there is, a coach's code of ethics and a student code of conduct in there. It outlines very well what our expectations are for our participation in activities and athletics, and I think that is much needed, and we've needed it in the past, and now we have that. So I think this is a really good step in the right direction. So thank you. I know it took a lot of time to put this together, but it's very much appreciated. Other thoughts, comments that people have?
No, I support your statement, Pam. It's really needed, and I like that things are laid out and we all have a common document to land on, so we're literally all on the same page. So thank you, Paul.
Oh, Jim, you're on mute.
Very welcome.
Okay. I wasn't in the queue, so.
Oh, go ahead, Mr. Bryant. Oh, okay. Sorry
No,
about that.
I'm good. I don't have anything right now. But I will just say, I guess I will say something. I think it's well done, and I know it's been a work. It's going to be constantly, just like anything else. It's a work in progress. So, and I apologize. I was reading something else here. If there was a motion, if not, I'll make a motion to approve.
Okay.
Jim has made the motion to approve the activities handbook as presented. Do I have a
I'll
second?
Oh, did you second?
Holly has seconded. Any other discussion? All right, then we'll take a roll call vote, this time starting with Ms. Jones.
Aye.
Ms. Tower?
Aye.
Mr. Bryant?
Aye.
Mr. Christensen?
Aye.
Mr. Derricks?
Aye.
Ms. Fair?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So the activity handbook is passed 7-0. Thank you, Paul. Drive safely.
Thank you. I'll talk to you in a little bit.
All righty. All right. Next is the HRA and Veba plan presented by Jackie Paradis.
Good evening. This document should look very familiar to one you approved at the last board meeting. As Ed Minnesota put it through its channels, they had a suggested language change. They felt the language from HRA to Veba would limit them in going back to an HRA maybe later on in years to come. So the compromise was to change the language from an HRA to an HRA/Veba. So they didn't feel that they were striking out the HRA option for years to come. So with that, I would ask that you approve the change in language in the MOUs that are attached.
Go ahead, Mike, you're in the queue.
I'm not a fan of acronyms, and I don't think anywhere in here it said health savings account.
With the clinic, we cannot have a health savings account.
Oh, I mean,
IRS
health
guidelines.
reimbursement.
Health reimbursement account.
Does it
Yep.
say? Well, there it is. Okay, health payment. Okay. I guess I'm confused. Never mind.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to approve it. It's I don't know why anybody would want to go back to a health reimbursement account after having something that's much better, but that's fine by me. So I'll make a motion to approve the HRA Veba memorandum of understanding.
I'll
Jane,
second. Heidi Jones.
Excellent. If I can just add, Pam, too, I just want to, this was all from our healthcare, stuff we had to do with LMC. So I just want to give again a thank you to Jackie and Karsten and Amy, because they put a lot of work into this, and it's been quite a work in process over the last couple of months. So I'm sure Jackie will be never want to hear the term Veba again, but now we get to have it all the time. But thank you, Jackie, and others in our HR area. So
thank you.
So for purposes, I've been down at the Southeast Service Co-op, and they talk about Vebas, and that's where we're getting this one through. And I never quite understood why they didn't just have health savings accounts. So, but does a Veba then work with the lower deductibles? Is that why it's a different beast?
I think the deductibles are the same, the higher end deductibles, but it puts it into a trust that is managed by Southeast Service Co-op, whereas an HSA is usually just an account at a local bank or something
Or
along those lines.
your own account, yeah.
Right.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table made by Mike and seconded by Heidi to approve the attached MOU with certified bargaining groups to provide Vebas instead of HRAs. Any other discussion? No. Then we will start the roll call vote with Ms. Tower.
Aye.
Mr. Bryant,
I will abstain.
Mr. Christensen,
Aye.
Mr. Derricks,
Abstain.
Ms. Baird,
Aye.
Ms. Jones,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. So that's 5 yeas and 2 abstain. All right. Moving right along, Mr. Anderson, COVID-related issues, and it sounds like we've got a number of people to present this evening.
Yeah, I'll just give the background information, and then there is a list of people who'd like to discuss some issues as well. So the first page of the document kind of shows a chart showing different metrics that we've been looking at for the last couple of months. So you can see on the first row, we have county COVID rates that have been announced. So they're always announced on Thursday, but they reflect a 2-week period before the announcement. So I tried to indicate that. We also get projected county COVID rates. Well, I find out on Monday because we hold the meeting every Monday with the county officials, and they give me the projected rates. Now they aren't guesses. I mean, they're based on actual case count. The only difference between the projections and the actuals are sometimes a state will move additional cases onto the list or take them off the list. So sometimes they're off just a little bit. But these are really, really solid numbers. You can see the county positivity rates. Generally, the goal is to keep that under 5%. And then I listed some school measurements. So we have the numbers of students and staff with COVID, how many are quarantined, how many classes are learning remotely, the number of transmissions occurring at school, which is 0, the number of schools with at least 5 students in school, while infectious over the previous 2-week period. And that's a data that the state monitors and then actually identifies the different schools if they have at least 5, cases like that. So far, we haven't had any schools that have met that threshold. The closest we had was 4 in one of the schools. And then also we keep track of how many athletes are quarantined because that's a metric for determining if we want to continue our games and practices and sports and activities. So those are the different areas that we track on a regular basis. I've not been sharing those with the board or publicly, but I'm planning to keep this chart up to date if you think that if you find that to be useful, and I think you will. So the reason I bring that up is to better explain why I made the decision to temporarily go into distance learning about 10 days ago. So on that Thursday, we received information about the county COVID rate being 34.19. Now, if we just followed that metric to make decisions, we would have in-person learning for grades 7 through 12, and then hybrid learning for the younger kids. However, on that same day, we received projections that are listed on the second row showing that the projected rate would be between 55 and 60. It hadn't been announced yet, but this past Thursday, that was the projection. Turns out that the actual rate given last Thursday was 64.69, so it was actually higher than the projections. But back on November 5th, I was very confident that that projection would be above 50, and 50 is kind of the threshold where everyone is in distance learning if we just follow the state metrics that are shared each week. So anyway, I just wanted to explain that because people were looking at 34.19. Well, why is Karsten overreacting and having everyone go into distance learning? And that's because I had that projected number that I knew would be coming out this past Thursday. So the decision was made to go into distance learning starting today. We would have 5 days of distance learning, and then next week there'd be 3 days for a transition, and then Thanksgiving, and then we would come back into distance learning unless, of course, the school board decided to do something different. The reason we had them switched, we had the week long of distance learning before the training, is that we wanted our elementary teachers in grades K through 4 to actually have the experience of teaching distance learning. Unlike the other teachers, they have not had that opportunity to do so or that expectation to do so because in those grade levels, we have either in-person teachers or we have the online only teachers. Whereas grades 5 through 12, we have hybrid. So every classroom teacher is teaching kind of both in person and distance at the same time. So we wanted the grades K through 4 teachers to get exposed to it, to work with their students and parents on the technical issues, because undoubtedly there'll be many technical issues. And again, like Kirby said, we hope for patience from everyone involved as we learn this new way of learning. The other, we had a lot of public comment tonight. We've had probably dozens of email messages from concerned parents and some staff members. Generally, they're saying, we want to come back in person. Not everyone, but many of them are. And one of the key things that they've been asking is, well, we should look at more than just the county COVID rates. We should look at our school data as well. And I have to be very honest with you, on November 5th, when I or we made the decision to go in distance learning, it was challenging because first we want to stay in in-person learning, but then also we've done a really, really good job with our in-person and hybrid learning. We've been following the rules, masking, social distancing. We have the routine set up. And I'm really proud of our students and staff for doing that. And I think that's why we have 0 transmissions occurring at school, and we've kept some of our numbers low. At the same time, in the county, I saw those increasing COVID rates, and I also knew that Thanksgiving was just around the corner, and I think we all recognize that that's going to create additional risks for everyone. One factor that isn't mentioned very often, but I think it's critically important, is that most of our students live in Red Wing or near Red Wing, but we have a lot of staff members throughout the region. And as those community transmission rates go up, I do think it leads to greater risk for our staff members. And of course, then they come back to school, and then there's greater risk for adults and students. So those are the criteria that I used when making that decision. I hope I'm clear that really the school board at any time can go back and forth between learning models. Hopefully we don't jump around too often, because I think that's the worst possible scenario. But I do respect the school board to ultimately make decisions in terms of learning model. But right now my recommendation is to stay in distance learning because of that increase in community transmission rates and significant increases, I might say. Do you have any general questions or comments about that decision or what's happening before we go into the more individualized reports?
Go ahead, Janie. Or if I could just say quickly, earlier in this meeting, is that 114 number, the COVID rate coming up, is that a projected rate, 114 something?
Yep, that is a projected rate. But again, it's based on actual daily cases over a 2-week period.
Right.
So it's not an extrapolation that you often see when projections are made. It's actual data. And so it's an approximation.
Right, and that would be 500, about 500, over 500 people in the Goodhue County, it looks like to me.
Yeah, in that 2-week period.
And those are new cases. They're not the same people from the 2 weeks before. They're new cases.
Every week the report comes out, and so there is an overlap where 1 2-week period has a certain number, and then the next 2-week period, is issued a week later, and so you have a 1-week overlap. But what you can say is that during that 2 weeks, there were that many more cases per 10,000 people.
Yeah, they're practically doubling. All right.
Yeah, it's definitely a significant increase since September, October.
All right. Sorry, Janie.
There's a number of people in the queue. So Janie, then Arlen, Jim, Heidi. Go ahead, Janie.
My question for you, Karsten, is just, about the differences between the other school districts in Goodhue County, specifically Goodhue School District, Lake City, and Cannon Falls. So why did we not see them jumping, to maybe a change as quickly as we did?
Yeah, I'm going to look for my email if I can figure out how to get the arrow into my second screen here. Here we go. I've been very careful about, I don't want to announce something that the schools have not announced themselves, so I don't want to jump the gun or give misinformation. But my understanding is that every school district in the county is moving towards at least some grade levels being distant. And I think most of the others are starting distance learning on November 30th. Some are ending maybe a week after Thanksgiving, whereas at least 2 of them are ending that distance learning tentatively after Christmas. So it's kind of a variety of different approaches as far as starting dates and ending dates. I think one of the districts is still keeping the pre-K through 3rd graders in for now, but they've kind of expanded how many classrooms they're using, those kinds of things. But by and large, most, if not all, school districts in the county are moving towards distance learning, just a matter of when. And maybe to answer the second part of your question, why did we choose November 16th instead of November 30th? And it's truly because of those projections that were becoming very apparent. I could see, on the flip side, I could see, people asking, well, you should have known the projections in late October, so why didn't you go to distance learning a week or 2 earlier than what I did? And I think I could see an argument on their behalf, because the projections were showing that we're going to be over 30 and then over 50. But I wanted to confirm, I wanted to make sure that that truly was the data. One thing I will fully acknowledge, it's the craziest thing relying on these county COVID rates, but they really are from weeks earlier for a 2-week period. So we were actually in school, last week when a lot of these higher rates were happening. Eventually those rates will start going down. And so it doesn't mesh up exactly with the model that we're necessarily pursuing. But I thought the message was clear that, this is a significant issue that we need to address. And even though it's community transmission more than school transmission, I thought it was really important. I'm really grateful that we started distance learning today because when I met with Joni Gorman, our licensed school nurse, earlier this morning, we added 5 or 6 staff members to the list as far as either having COVID or being quarantined for COVID. And so every time you add staff members to the list, it creates significant concerns. First for the people involved, but also the students that they may work with. All of a sudden we could be, frantically looking for substitutes because our pool is still relatively small, or sending kids home overnight for 2 weeks. It's a real complicating factor. Did I answer your question, Janie?
Yeah. Yes.
Kind of? Okay.
Yep.
Arlen, you're next in the queue, and then Jim.
Thank you. First, I want to go on record and say, Carson, you did the right thing. We gave you the authority to shut things down when you felt it was time, and I believe you did it right. And so I will back you 100% on this, as we board will back you on stuff anyway, but we have a number of people that have contacted us by emails and stuff about getting the kids back to school, and certainly that's what we want to do. At least I'm sure we all want to. But one of the things I want to clarify is several of those emails alluded to us having the lowest COVID rate in the county. And I believe that's total COVID cases as of a few weeks ago. And my checking on data today, we have roughly 1/3 of the active cases currently in the Red Wing community, and we are about 1/3 of the population in the county. So I just want to clarify for my own use. I don't care what happened 6 weeks ago. I care what's going on now. And right now, our rate COVID cases, from the information I have, are proportional to what's throughout the rest of the county. Secondly, I believe it was Sunday, it was announced there was 192 COVID cases in Goodhue County released on that day. I think Rochester or Olmsted County was 397, I believe it was. I mean, those numbers were huge. Now today they're down a little bit, but the goal here is, along with keeping our kids safe, is keeping our staff safe, and as a member of our community, keeping our community safe. And the governor has gone on record saying we need the people to stay home if you can. But yet we're getting conflicting messages when we see the governor's directives there when it comes to special education, early childhood. I'm going to respect that he's doing. I know the mental health of our kids, our children, their needs are there, but the governor is clear that we should try to keep our early childhood going and work with special ed students in person when we can. So I'm going to support what we decide going forward here. I'm not sure how much other than getting information should be here tonight. I assume we're on board for having a full meeting for this next week as a special board meeting to make COVID decisions. And we do need to give parameters on what's going to take to put our kids back in school when it's right and such like that. So once again, well done for making the decision. I think it was right. I think it's time, and our decisions going forward are going to be certainly on our children, but we have to also be concerned about our staff, whether we have enough, whether it's safe for our staff to be here, but also our community. And we need to partner with the community what's best for the entire community too. So I'm sure we'll work the best we can.
Thank you, Arlen. If I could just respond real quickly. And I think I mentioned this in the summer. There are no playbooks, no easy decisions, really no right decisions. It's really frustrating because everything we decide, if it's building level, district level, school board level, has significant negative repercussions. And we're hearing that loud and clear from the people who presented public comment and in email messages. I read every single one, and I'm sitting there thinking, oh my gosh, they're right. They have legitimate concerns. This is very challenging for our youngest learners, special ed kids. We want kids in school. as long as we can do it safely, no doubt about it. The problem is that, when we do that, like you said, Arlen, then there is risk of transmission with students and staff members. I often say that every decision in COVID-19 puts us in a catch-22 because there is no easy answer. Everything we do has negative repercussions, and that's a frustrating part, and that's what makes all of us emotional, because we know we want people in school, and yet we know that there are some risks to that. So, but thank you for your comments, Arlen.
Jim is in the queue, and then followed by Heidi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A lot of the things have already been said that I probably hit on briefly, but this decision, as we go forward, what's happened now and as we go forward really kind of relates back, not relates, but it's similar to the decision back when the governor said you had 3 options: distance learning, hybrid, or in school. No matter what we do or did, or going forward, a number of people aren't going to be happy. With that, though, I did have read all the emails, and I have to say we got many more this time than I think we did back in August on the topic, and overwhelmingly there was concern and questions entitled or asked about the younger school children who are practicing the social distancing, got the masks. We opened Jefferson to get more kids in different locations to get them spread out. Staff member called me over the weekend. Others I've talked to, they feel that this one and others, a few others have said they feel the kids are safer in school, and they're really kind of relying on the younger ones. I know we gave you the authority to make a decision to go to distance learning. However, I had hoped that you would probably weigh into the fact of the younger kids who are in 100% in school, and the quite a change for them going forward. Parents, I've talked to parents in the Zamrota, Goodhue, Lake City area. The older kids are, Zamrota went to distance learning with the older ones, and the younger ones are still in school. Lake City, the older kids are distance learning, and the younger ones, I'm not positive they're hybrid or in school. Goodhue, they're going on the 30th to the high school. The older kids are going to some alternative learning. So they're all thinking out, looking at just not uniformly doing everything at once, one for all. So I really wished we had examined that and looked at the younger children to at least give them another option, either in school, hybrid, or something, than just all carte blanche go to distance learning. I think with the emails and stuff that were talked about the Red Wing area is a lower COVID rate. Now, I think our city of Red Wing population is about 1/3, but I think our school district population is greater than that in the county, probably closer to 40-45%. So we may not be as high as we all kind of anticipated. And then lastly, we're all, I think there isn't one of us haven't discussed what we're going to do for Thanksgiving, because that was brought up by Mr. Anderson. I think I know in our family it's going to be just the immediate ones. We're not getting together on the big side, on the Bolt side, and so I think the governor's restrictions are going to put a little bit slower to it, and hopefully. And I don't think anybody wants to get COVID. I spoke to some that have it; they don't like it. Others, very mild effects. So it hits everybody differently. It's here for a while, but I'll just say I heard the people on the emails, and I really do think they have a legitimate more questions and more legitimate concerns about the younger ones just suddenly going to distance learning. And I'll let others talk. I've been talking too long. I need a drink of water.
If I could jump in, Jim, and respond a little bit, that the comment about possibly being safer at school, does resonate with me. That's gone through my mind because we really have done a very good job at, those things for our kids. And so I totally get that. And then also the priority on, providing learning for our youngest learners has always been a top priority for us. And like you said, that's why we kept Jefferson School, we reassigned teachers, we spread people out. We took really strong protocols so that we keep those youngest learners in. And, parents, most of the comments are related to the K-4 kids, but some, 6th grade kids, high school kids, because they're losing a lot too. And again, I want the kids back in person as soon as possible, in person or hybrid. I just want to make sure that we're very thoughtful about it and then choose the right time and manner to make that happen.
Heidi, you're next in the queue.
Thank you. Carson, can you tell me a little bit more? We've touched on staffing, but I know some school districts have closed because they can't find substitutes because they have too many staff and students out with quarantining and stuff. Can you speak a little bit more in detail about our staffing situation?
Overall, it's a challenge,
Okay.
but we did hire some additional emergency substitute teachers through Teachers on Call, some for the whole year, and then some month by month. That really helped with our subbing. It significantly helped. There's a cost associated with it, but we knew that we had to provide that backup plan. We also increased our sub pay rate to $200 per day. Again, for the same reason, because we wanted to provide in-person instruction as long as possible and come back as soon as possible. So with that being said, we did have some issues in terms of finding enough substitutes a couple of weeks ago, and that's why we ended up sending 5 classrooms of 2nd grade home to learn remotely for a couple of weeks. There were a couple of positive cases in 2nd grade, but the reason we sent them all home is that we couldn't find enough substitutes for the whole system to make it work. And I know our elementary principals have found it increasingly challenging to be able to move everyone around to the right spot. They've done a good job with it. We've had counselors sitting in for general ed teachers. I'm sure the principals have in some cases. I was on call one morning because I was going to go to Jefferson to cover a class. So we're all pitching in. I didn't do it. I didn't have to do it because I found another sub. We're all pitching in to make it happen. But, we knew that things were going to be getting worse. And, and I know that would impact staff members and that would make it very challenging for us.
All right. My second comment is about sports. I know one outer metro ring decided to continue sports but not do competitions, because that's been out there about why are you mixing your population, or their population is coming here and our numbers are bad or their numbers are worse or whatever. So I'm wondering what your parameters are on assessing that kind of student movement and possible contribution to spread. And again, they made a decision, kind of a middle ground about, we'll continue with activities, but we aren't going to do, interscholastic contact. So I just wonder what those parameters are going to look like.
Yeah,
and maybe that's coming up.
Yeah, that'll come up. We have a couple of,
Okay.
Short presentations. By the way,
All right.
I told each director, let's do it 2 to 3 minutes. And then some time for questions. Paul will be joining us to talk about that.
Okay. And, at the end of every MSBA board meeting, we go around the room and share kind of what's going on in your particular district or your region. And we did that last Monday morning, and we did it for a long time because people needed to talk about how tough it is to be a superintendent, a staffer, and a board member, and families at this time. And a lot of the districts are staying in distance learning, moving immediately to distance learning, same timetable we are, or they're implementing by Thanksgiving. And so most of them are like that, except for maybe the extreme northern folks. and extreme Western folks at this point. So it was really tough. And I know one of the board members from the metro area said, and some of us had some emotion too. And she said, I didn't get into this work as a school board member to harm students or families. We're doing the best we can with the information we have today. And none of it is certain. If you read that Star Trib article about, well, we don't know exactly what it's going to look like, if we can move back and what that timetable will be. So I just wanted to echo my fellow board members about, we know this decision is tough and it impacts people pretty drastically, but I don't know what else. I think we've made the right move. I don't know what else we could do given the data and the numbers and that almost exponential rise in numbers. So thank you for making some tough decisions. That's it.
Yeah. Thanks, Heidi. Holly, you're in the queue.
Karsten, did we lower the sub pay by $70?
No, we increased the sub pay, the emergency sub pay through, I believe, at least November. And I haven't connected with Amy about December yet. We won't need as many subs in December, but we still need a strong group of subs who can step into remote learning, and that is not an easy thing. So yeah, I'll have to touch base with Amy to see what's happening in December, but we had $200 per day rates at least through November.
So
I'll check with Amy.
Yeah, check to make sure it's all the way through November, because I got a couple calls like, why did they lower the sub pay $70? And I'm like, I didn't think they were going to do that, so I thought I'd double check.
Yeah, I'll follow up on that.
Okay, thank you. And secondly, we sit up here and we make this really tough decision collectively, but when we are thinking about what goes on in our community, it's not lost on many of us that people are out all the time right now without their masks on, having parties. Kids are sitting next to each other in big, large groups. So, saying keep the schools open, and we're saying to the community, we need your support. We need people to stay home. We need people to wear their masks. It's kind of a slap in the face. Like, we want to do what's best for kids, but at the same time, why are we seeing all of this out and about with pictures and with, kids posting, I did this or we did this, and there's no masks. So from my viewpoint, it's really difficult to make that decision when we don't name what's actually going on in the community. And I'm not talking about with everybody, but with a lot of people. There have been tremendous amounts of parties, and those people get sick and they bring it to people at school. And because of our task force, who's stellar and on it, we're able to quickly, nip it in the butt. But we can't continue at that pace. It's unsustainable. So it would be nice if, the people in the community who are out and about, not wearing masks or having parties or, doing these large group events would take that into account also, that we're trying to stay open, but it doesn't help us. That's all I want to say.
And yeah, and obviously, the school and community, we're all on the same team here. So somehow we need to implement those safety precautions wherever we are. First, it's good for the health of those people, but it also impacts local businesses, parents, the school, everyone. And some of the stories I've heard, they don't surprise me, but they still hit close to home. When you have two people working, they can't be there with their first grade and third grade kids doing distance learning. They don't have, very few people have enough money just to have those two kids go to childcare at the school. I mean, it's a very tough situation. So like you said, Holly, whatever anyone can do, we want to keep pushing it and make sure that we have all of the safety precautions throughout the community.
Yeah, because it's heartbreaking all around. None of it's good.
Jamie.
And thank you. I have a feeling we're going to get into some decision making coming quick. So I didn't realize we're going to kind of go into comments about this situation in general before I ask my questions at the beginning. But, just some quick comments, like, because I want to represent some of the people that spoke tonight and the emails we got, because I feel very strongly on this, and I know you guys do, and I know we have differences. But we are not in a stay-at-home order yet by the governor. So I just want to reiterate that. I feel like my job as a school board member is to do what's best for the education of our kids and all kids. And that's where I'm kind of making both that. And I'm not saying that I know you guys have very much the utmost belief in that also, but people are struggling in Red Wing right now. And this is the only decision that I think can support them at this point, is to have as much consistency as we can in our educational system right now. And, when we talk about supporting our community, we have community members and businesses right now that are having to help us. So instead of the kids in the school buildings that we have paid taxpayer money for, they are now going to other buildings and nonprofits in our community, having to go other places because we don't have them in our buildings. And so I just want to bring up that point, because I feel like people want to hear that and our public wants to hear that. And I know you guys are very much taking this seriously too, but I just will be voting as much as I can to keep kids in school, because there have been 0 transmissions in our schools. And until that changes or we have a stay-at-home order, I'm going to be voting that way.
And I'll and it kind of gets back to my earlier comments about a catch-22, because even if we're in distance learning, there are still things that will happen in school. But in some cases, instead of having 2 kids in different elementary classes, all the time, now if they're in childcare, they might be together so there's almost like, intermixing of sorts. And so that's one example of, us being in a catch-22, because there is no good answer, regardless. So I totally get it, Janie. My kids aren't, in the situation here in Red Wing, so maybe it's impossible for me to fully understand, but when you hear the stories from people, it's heartbreaking. There's no doubt. So I wish I had an easy answer or a good answer, and right now I just don't.
And again, I know we're all doing the best we can. So we all have to make the decisions that we can stay with.
Mm-hmm.
Our intent is to kind of just have a preliminary discussion today without making a whole lot of decisions. We've moved our workshop next Monday to a board meeting where we can discuss much more about the numbers, what we're going to do, how we're going to decide to go back to in-person learning, because right now it makes no sense to change anything this week. Next week, there's no school. So we've got a couple of weeks to play with, and hopefully we'll see some different numbers through the week and next week. And we can come back on Monday and have a much better idea of where things are trending, because we're looking at that data. What I would like to ask to add to our to this box that you have is we're looking at county COVID rates, but we need to look at Red Wing rates as well. We need to think about what our numbers are here, because it's a very different story. It could be very different in Wanamingo or Casson. We have to also remember that Goodhue County is a very large county. And it spans a lot of area. So I think the more that we can look at our local data instead of just the county, that's important. MSBA also recommends that we take more of that scalpel approach, that it's not a one size fits all. So I'd really encourage us to continue looking at that and look at more parameters for making decisions. Jim, you were next in the queue.
Yeah, and I've talked a lot. I just have a question and then a comment. Are the teachers that are doing distance learning starting today, are they in this building or are they doing it remotely themselves? How does that work? And then one last comment.
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that question, because that's been an evolving situation. Right now, as per the governor's order, any staff member can work remotely if they can fulfill the essential duties of their position working remotely. So they're expected to do it and they're able to do it. So the key phrase in that, what are the essential duties, for a teacher or for a paraprofessional, secretary, and that kind of thing. And that means some subjectivity. We've really encouraged our staff to be present in the school buildings, especially this week and next week, because the administrative team feels that we're much more effective if we can be in person. Several reasons for that. First of all, we have equipment, we have good internet connections. If there's a technology problem, there's an easy access, and the list goes on and on. However, really, if a staff member comes to us and says that they can work remotely, they have the right equipment, the right supplies, strong internet connection, then we need to honor that. So again, we're trying to encourage people to be here the next 2 weeks, but we still need to fulfill that particular governor's order. I walked around the high school a little bit today, but it was hard for me to gauge about how many staff members were here and how many were working remotely. My guess, though, is that most staff members were present today.
And I was up at the high school this morning, dropped something off a little before 8, and it looked like a number of vehicles in the lot too.
Yeah.
So, but I will echo a little bit of what Janie said there too. Is, I mean, there's always reasons to do something one way or another way. You can come up with reasons, you can come up with ideas, suggestions. Ultimately, we're here to educate our children, and the best education they can get is in the building. And I'm going to push and strive and get us to where we can get back in the buildings in a timely manner, and we are taking the precautions that was said before. And I will push that. And the decision was made, but next Monday, I'm assuming the idea of the special meeting is so we can revisit this and not just talk about it, look at it and to see if we need to make some decisions going forward to extend it, to modify it, to do something that we've been talking about tonight. So thank you.
Well, in the board, if you remember, we gave the authority for Superintendent Anderson to make that move going more restrictive, but we never decided as a group what we're going to do to bring kids back. So we do need to decide as a group how we're going to handle that. So that is a big piece of what we need to discuss and decide next Monday as well.
Right, and you're right. We did decide, but I don't think we ever had the clear definition as to what we're going to go from one extreme to another. I think we all were thinking we're going to go through the book and page and chapters, not just from front to beginning in the one swift move. So I get it. So we'll focus on it next week again and decide what's best. Hopefully.
Yeah, and by the way, I just started before the meeting started. I was looking at MSBA's daily news clipping, and the main article there was, okay, now we know schools are going to distance learning. How do we get back? What metrics do we use to get back? I felt like it was a repeat of our discussions over the last month or two, and so I'm sure there'll be lots of people talking about that because, in general, we want kids to be in school. So one thing I'm just going to point out, and really I threw it out as an example, but it was kind of the last page of the background information. It just gave a rough example of possible criteria for returning to school. So if you have some time, if you could look through that before our next meeting. And again, it was just Karsten Anderson coming up with some possibilities. And but if you could read through that. Another factor is that we do have Thanksgiving and Christmas. And so even if we followed that criteria and we got back into school, I'm not sure if it makes sense to have people come back just for 2 or 3 days 1 week and then go on Christmas break, for example. I think we're gonna have to factor that in. So it's not necessarily a formula, but we need to know when we can come back. There's no doubt about it.
Can I ask Karsten or Pam, I'm sorry, as far as these recommendations for our information, in the board packet here, like we are going to get to one or two of those tonight, or are those purely, can you just give us some guidance on what the plan is for that?
Yeah, we're hoping to make a decision about Colville programming tonight if possible. And then the others are either for information or just kind of, some red flags for us to look at. And then I'm thinking that a week from now, we would go into more detail because there's some significant issues to sort out, with many of these things.
So we are currently not doing any of those things that are on the page, like whether it be high-risk students or the level 3-4s for special ed?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, athletics and activities would be one exception. Right. Oh, and but we'll hear from those directors, with each topic. And again, I've really asked them to limit it because we're going to revisit it in a week.
So how do you want to handle this, Karsten? Do you want Min to go first?
Yeah, why don't we try Min? I know she's on the call. She did have some background or kind of a summary of her proposal, and I told her that you guys would read it or at least understand it before her presentation. So Min's on the line.
Hi there, everybody. Thanks for having me. As Karsten said, yeah, there's more detail in your packets. So I'll let you know kind of what we want to do and why we want to do it. Before I start my comments, I do want to say I've heard from a number of parents, and I know that you've heard from some parents in my building as well. And I've heard from all my teachers, and I've heard a lot of support, overwhelming support for staying in session at Cobble, from my teachers, from the parents in my building. What I thought I would hear a little bit of, and I didn't hear any, was, what are you thinking? No, I didn't hear that at all. So I think that speaks to sort of where we're at. So what we would like to do is to stay in session starting November 30th. So these next 2 weeks are kind of a hiatus for all of us, and we're having 3 days of distance learning this week, 2 days of conferences, and then next week, of course, is 3 days of staff development, and then the holiday. But then starting on the 30th, we'd like to bring our students in Monday through Thursday on the schedule that they normally are on. And I thought about, shortening days. That's just going to get really confusing for everyone. So I think the cleaner way is to go no Fridays. We'll do distance learning on Fridays. And that will give our custodial staff the opportunity for deep cleaning. That will give some of our paras. We clean toys until we're ready to lose our minds at Cobble. And it's really important. It's all, really important in terms of keeping everybody safe. So again, the teachers have been super supportive. The reasons we would like to do this is that the governor's most recent executive order allows keeping early childhood in session even when K-12 goes to distance. So that's kind of what we're standing on. Many districts are doing that. If Cobble was to go to distance learning, for example, when we did that in March, all of my paraprofessionals and my Cobble Kids teachers would get reassigned to Kids Junction. So they would be working directly with students, but our building would be closed, and the students that they normally work with would not be receiving all their good skills and all the services that they're normally used to receiving at that time. So in my mind, it just makes sense. Let's keep our building open and keep those people working with the children that they're assigned to in that building. There's, another really important reason to look at this is that consistency for young kids is everything. And young kids love their teachers. We can all think of beloved teachers that we had in the course of our school career, but young children with all their heart and soul love their teachers, and it's really hard for them to not see them. It's really difficult. There's also a significant financial impact. if we are to close the preschool. It's a tuition-based program because Minnesota does not support early childhood with state dollars. Don't get me started on that soapbox because that would take longer than 3 minutes. The other thing that we know in the governor's executive order is that we will need to and will want to serve some of our students with special education needs. And so we will be able to keep all of our students on IEPs in session if the whole building is in session. Of course, we'll work with the superintendent and our amazing COVID response team to look at if we get to a point where this is no longer tenable, then we will need to make a different plan. And of course, if the district goes back to full in-person learning, then CAVA would resume their previous schedule. And with that, I will entertain questions. Thanks for listening.
Go ahead, Arlen.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. I just got 2 questions. You alluded to one a little bit on if things would change. You maybe would be a method to go back and not have kids in school. I guess I'm curious, what would be the criteria that we need to have in place that we can shut things down if we need to do it in a hurry, is the first question. And my second one is, have you surveyed your entire staff to see if they are on board with coming to work right now at Colville? Or I don't know if you've asked that question or not. I guess I'm just curious if everybody's on board with it. I don't know how else to ask it.
Yep, and I met with all my special education teachers. They were all on board, and how I did that was I asked them to meet in a room without me. I told one person on the staff what I wanted them to discuss, and I said I can be called in to answer questions. So they got to have the conversation without me in the room, which I think is critically important. And then I was called in when they were ready. I answered their questions and I left, and they continued their discussion. And then a member of the special education team came to me and said, we're in favor of it. Nobody changed their mind after you left the room. I have also talked to all my general education teachers. They are absolutely on board. So to a number, yes, 100% of the teaching staff. I also have a number of therapists in my building. I have not talked directly to each of them, but the ones I have talked to have been supportive, and the paraprofessionals have been really supportive. And of course, parents are saying, yes, please.
So you have 100% buy-in from the teachers and paras?
From the teaching staff and the paras, correct.
Thank you. And so then that only leaves the other part, coming back, who or what kind of criteria do you recommend to make that decision? Because I think we need to have something in place if the numbers double again in a day or 2 or a week from now or something.
So our staff and our parents are waiting to hear, the outcome of tonight's conversation. And when I send information to them, if I'm letting them know that, yes, we will be in session starting on the 30th, I will sort of caution everyone, especially parents, that at a moment's notice, with COVID numbers rising like they are, we could be asked to go distance, and that we would do that. Arlen, I don't have a specific number or criteria in mind, but what I will say is I believe that I will know it when I see it, and it will not be only up to me. It will be in conversation with the COVID response team and with Karsten. The COVID response team has weighed in on this and said that they are supportive of the plan as well. So I think it's just continuing to watch those numbers, continuing to watch, symptoms. We send children home quickly with any kind of symptoms, and just continuing to have that open dialogue and be ready to pivot at a moment's notice.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I can buy into this with the current numbers, but like I say, I'm concerned if the numbers double again or triple again or something, somewhere somebody's got to make that decision. So
Absolutely.
the staff is on board. I know we need to get these children in school if we can and do the services we do. So thank you.
And if my staff had been resistant to this idea at all, I would not be presenting this to you tonight because it wouldn't be a good idea. It wouldn't be doable.
Heidi, you're next.
Thank you. Arlen, you asked the same questions I did, so thank you, because those were important to understand, the monitoring and the staff buy-in. And I think with Coble's situation, I mean, it is still possible under the governor's orders, but I think the size of Cobble kind of works in its favor, just on a scale situation, that you're not dealing with hundreds of kids in our larger buildings. You're dealing with a finite number, a reduced number, that has been reduced under these circumstances, along with the social distancing. And so I think that works in Cobble's favor. I'm in support of trying this, but I absolutely want to understand that, we're monitoring this closely, because these are uncharted waters, and we just, we're going to try this. I think it's a good idea to go ahead. So I thank the staff and Min for kind of looking at this with some fresh angles and saying, how can we do this and keep within our mandate and our guidelines. So I appreciate the effort. So I have no questions. I just wanted to weigh in about how I think Cobble has some advantages here that the other buildings don't. Just on a scale. So thank you.
Thank you, Heidi. Mr. Bryant?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Am I on?
Yep.
By golly, I am. Min, good evening. Thank you very much for a nice presentation, well thought out. I printed it off, was reading it, thinking, wow, this is quite a bit of done. And you even alluded to more as the questions kind of precipitated the buy-in and that. I think it's well thought out, like I said, and the governor has issued the executive order, and we kind of follow the executive orders that he's been doing around the state, the way we should be anyway. But anyway, with that, I'll make a motion to approve the plan to go forward that you have submitted this evening.
I'll second it.
Motion made by Jim, seconded by Holly. Any other further discussion? All right, we'll take a roll call vote, starting with you, Mr. Bryant.
Aye.
Mr. Christensen.
I appreciated Min's details, and I think that I agree with Heidi and that it's a good plan. I suppose I should have said this before we started voting. So, but I'll vote for this. I don't think anybody knows exactly when anybody is going to go in or out of any of these situations, and so it's worth giving it a shot, and it seems to be the safest place to begin, at least. Thanks.
Mr. Derricks.
Aye.
Ms. Fair.
Aye.
Ms. Jones.
Aye.
Ms. Tower.
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So that passes 7-0. Happy to see those little folks back in Cobble. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Next up is Sherry Johnson and/or Sonia Smith, who can talk about our obligations to serve special education kids. Hopefully she was able to attend the meeting. I've seen several people. Oh, there she is.
I'm not seeing Sonia jump on, but if she is present, she certainly can join me. In the governor's order, we have been asked to provide in-person services for our students with the most intensive special education needs. And so we are currently working through a system. We have a flow chart that staff are using to determine which students and determine what that service looks like under this model. For instance, they may stay in their same hybrid service delivery while the district is in distance learning. that might work for one student. So they will be coming into the building or buildings a certain number of days. Each team is looking at the students individually to determine that. This service will start on November 30th. So we are not starting that this week because, of course, we have some due process to get through. We have communication with parents, and we want to make sure we have a solid plan in place for everyone in the district. We also have to consider food service. Brent will be delivering food for us. We have to coordinate with transportation. They have to get through their seniority list to determine who's driving. So there's a lot of different parameters and variables to look at as we move forward with this. One of your first questions is, who do we determine is a student with the most intensive special education needs? They would predominantly be our students in federal settings 3 and 4. That would be a student that's receiving special education services for more than 60% of their school day. So that's the first cohort that we would be looking at. There may be students in setting 1 or 2 that have special circumstances that require us to consider bringing them in for in-person services rather than distance learning. So I will say that there will be a few exceptions to that. We have identified paraprofessionals to help us with that support as well. Most of these students would be coming in their normal day. They would not be going down to the general education classroom for that service. They would actually go into a nearby room with a paraprofessional and log on, just like the other students are, to that course. We actually see this as a positive in case we get to a point of widespread transmission of COVID that we have to have all students in distance learning. We're going to be working with them to make sure that they're independent, and we increase that independence so that they're more successful if we need to do that. And I see Sonia has jumped on. What would you like to add?
I think a way to make sure that we get the questions, that way we understand where there are concerns or where there needs to be clarity.
So why don't we actually open it up to questions then?
Sorry about that. Go ahead, Holly.
Thank you, Pam. So I teach in St. Paul currently as a special ed teacher, and they just pulled back on having to go in person with students in setting 3 and 4. So what's the difference in Goodhue County versus Ramsey County? I'm curious, like, why is their messaging different, and how are they allowed to pull back, but we're not?
I don't know that I have an answer for that, but I can give Marcy a call later on. Marcy Dowd is the director in St. Paul, and I can certainly give her a call and see if I can locate that answer. But I can tell you the directors that I've spoken to across the state are moving ahead just as we are. Marcy has had, as you know, being in St. Paul, there's been negotiation going on for months, trying to work through the parameters of the situation with teachers and administration.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah, we just got the notice that everything is pulling back because it was supposed to possibly happen, and they pulled everything back. So I'm just curious what the difference would be. That would be great. Thank you, Sherry.
Mm-hmm.
If I may add to what Sherry has already stated, our goal is to prepare our students in the event we have to transition to full distance learning because of the stay-at-home order. We are always looking for opportunities to make sure that our students are ready to be successful. And so this would give us an opportunity to give our students multiple opportunities for practice. It's not something that we foresee will have to continue on unless we bring people back in the building. We just want to be able to transition very well with those students. I have tasked the teachers quite a bit. We have worked together as a united force. We want to make sure that we are on the same page with servicing our families. We also want to send the message to our families that we are working hard to make sure those students who seem to struggle the most during what we are referring to as crisis learning, that we are ready and willing to get them prepared for what could potentially be the inevitable. And Holly, this is just an opportunity to make that happen. Many of our teachers also who are servicing those students who are in those federal settings of 3 or higher, they want this. They are just equally concerned about safety, and they are also concerned about mental health issues that have been brought up. So they are preparing to support those kids for as long as we possibly can, so that we can better equip them to be able to be effective in distance learning on their own. Our goal is to make sure that our students are self-sufficient, and we will work as hard as we can to get them as close as we can to being just that, so that, again, if we're pushed into distance learning, we are very much ready and our kids are prepared.
Okay, I do really appreciate that, because I don't question whether or not any teacher wants, what's best for kids, nor this board. I just was curious as to the statement that we have to versus do we have to? And to advocate for all kids, and I'm a special ed teacher at heart, it is my heart, but to advocate for all kids, it's just as critical for all kids who are at that juncture. And I'm not going to say special ed kids or kids with IEPs don't have more specific needs or don't have, I'm well aware, but I really struggle with the who has to and who doesn't have to. And, from a family's perspective, what does that mean for their child to not have education in the building? Does that mean now I want my child to have an IEP? It really opens up all kinds of questions for families. So I really do appreciate you guys advocating, and I don't question 1 second whether or not we want to prepare our students for the next steps or anything. So thank you. I appreciate that, Sonia.
Holly, one of the differences between perhaps where St. Paul is and where we are, one of the pieces of the governor's order says that the administration has to determine that we can safely do it and that we have the staffing to do it. So St. Paul, for instance, may not have the staffing to pull it off across their entire district. That could be the difference.
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I think it's got to be it's an incredibly difficult time to be in education right now, and to be dealing with the special ed kids. I mean, I have a lot of questions, but they're not that important because you have to answer them, Sherry and Sonia, and I can't imagine that I have a question that you haven't thought of. But for the public's sake, maybe if it's not going to be all of our special education students, do you have any idea, ballpark, how many, for what percentage of our students might be doing this? Do you have a similar buy-in as MIN does? Have you gone through that exercise? And yeah, it's just, these kids are better off with trained professionals and et cetera, et cetera. So if you could just answer those two. Are your staff buying in, and approximately what percentage of our students would be participating?
13, 10. Well, I'm gonna take a stab at that one. We don't have a high percentage of students that we are bringing back in, but I'm going to circle back and speak to that in just a moment. The buy-in from our staff, I have to tell you, I need this to go on record. We have an amazing staff that I'm allowed to work with. Even through their fears and their concerns with the rising cases, they are willing to do what it takes to make sure that we are best preparing our students to be where they need to be. And that means, against their personal fears, they're willing to come into the building. They are also understanding that I am challenging them to work hard to make sure that we are preparing our kids for the great unknown. And so for that reason, they are looking for future. We are never looking at only today. We are looking at what is it going to take to make sure that our kids are equipped to be successful in any platform in which we decide to provide an educational setting for them. If we are not working towards that end, then we are not thinking ahead for future generations. And so our staff has been working diligently to make some determinations based upon who needs what, because as we found out in the spring, nothing is promised. Things are very much up in the air, inevitable, and we can only be as prepared as we try to be prepared. We don't have all the answers, but what we are looking for is what's before us today. How do we move forward based upon what we faced through the past? And so we are trying to learn and grow from that. So it's an amazing staff that have taken on this task of, we're going to do what we have to do. And what we have to do is make sure that we are equipping our kids to the best of our abilities to be successful in the future, preparing them for what they can look forward to moving forward. And so when we say how many kids are coming back, we are trying to be very diligent in who we're bringing into the buildings. And so those numbers are still not quite done being computed, but it is a very small percentage that's coming back. And we are also looking at our students who have struggled the most with maintaining access to what we have. And we're working towards how do we meet their needs in a distance learning setting, and how do we best, even if we have to bring them back for high temporarily. So we're trying to figure those numbers out. It's not quite clear cut yet,
Yeah.
but we're getting close. We're getting
Yeah.
close.
Yeah, thanks. It's Red Wing has amazing resilience in their staffing, and it's one of the best things about Red Wing. So, yeah, thanks, Sonia.
I think we have a lot more resilience than we recognize at times, and I think it should go on record, knowing that I'm kind of hard on some of the staff, and I think I'm starting to think they like it, which is scary. But holding them accountable and setting that bar up high and them meeting those standards has been more than amazing. I mean, I've been privileged to watch people grow right before me and exceed their own expectations, and they're doing it in the name of supporting kids. That goes without saying. That is huge. And so I'd be remiss not to lift up the staff that has lifted me up as a director, because their success has definitely been mine.
Yeah, thanks, Sonia.
Thanks, Sonia. Heidi.
This will be quick. I just appreciate the information coming forward, and I'd like to hear more next week about, so I'm requesting, what are we doing for the students that aren't at the setting 3s and 4s that you're reevaluating? But what are you doing for the other kids if we're moving into the distance learning environment again? How do you support those needs within the school day or outside of the school? I mean, what does that look like for those kids? So just putting in a request for next week. Thank you.
Any other questions for Sherry or Sonia? All right, thanks, ladies. Who is next in update?
I'll jump in here about some of the other high-risk students. I think we should probably discuss this particular issue a week from now, but I'll give you a glimpse of some of the requests that are coming through. First, we have a request to serve our kids who qualify for English Learner Services, or EL, and they are the kids who who qualify for special services because of their low English skills. Most of them are Hispanic, not necessarily, but most of them are. And so typically they're here without language skills. Their parents don't have language skills, and so it's a significant barrier to even have a chance at access to education versus distance learning. In particular, we have some newcomers who are literally here within the last few weeks. And so there'll be a request to consider that. And then finally, and then another request will come from the high school, and that has to do with providing services for high school students who had at least 2 failing grades from first quarter. So that would be failing at least half of their classes first quarter. The governor's order does talk about providing services to at-risk kids, and so this might qualify. Like so many other things, here we are going to distance learning, and then all of a sudden we're talking about bringing back kids. And so, there's some pretty delicate discussions we're going to have because we all want to serve all the kids. And then who qualifies for the in-person learning? That's going to be some big decisions coming up. So, but we'll talk about those more a week from now.
Janie.
Yep, no, I just wanted to, Carson, if you can share some of that information I had emailed you maybe at next week's. But, again, I think this just, if it's not in the government mandate, do we open ourselves up to any kind of legal ramifications with all these subgroup categories where we're trying to make exceptions now for kids to go to school? Is kind of one of my main questions that I had sent Karsten. And then I had asked him too, if he can tell us, the high school is a very different situation. We have a lot of different classes that have a low number of students in them in the hybrid model. So I had asked Carson if you can just share some of those answers to those questions, or maybe if other board members have it after this meeting, at next week's meeting. But, a lot of this is, what are we telling our students, other students and parents, when we're kind of looking at these other subgroups? I just would really encourage some of us to, think about that as we go forward. And I know you are, but wow, this is a lot of exceptions.
Yeah, and you asked some good questions earlier. I think I have all the responses, but I thought that I would, share the responses with everyone at the same time, and I ran out of time before the board meeting. So
no, I understand. Thank you.
Yeah, but I'll definitely include that information either in an email and or with a board packet.
That sounds great. Anything? Do we want to talk about athletics and activities this evening?
Yeah, I think this is a very timely issue that we need to present. And then, we also have Don here just to briefly talk about childcare. But Paul, I know you've been kind of cutting in and out of the meeting here as you're probably driving. But if you're on the call, could you talk about the latest information with athletics and activities? There he is.
Yeah. Okay. So I made it home. So I'm off my phone onto my computer here. So first of all, before I start, and I'll be quick here and brief because it's been a long meeting and there's other people to go. I just want to say as a community member and as a parent, I really appreciate the tone and the professionalism of the meetings the last number of weeks. It's tough times and tough decisions are to be made and professional and thought-worthy discussions are being had. So I thank you for that as a parent and a community member as well. So I'm just going to briefly go through this document and then talk about a recommendation. This document has been revised a number of times. The latest one was this morning. And some of you may be hearing some rumors that Governor Walz may step in with youth activities as well as high school league activities. I heard that rumor here late this morning. So this could all change come our meeting next Monday, but we have been extremely fortunate. I've knocked on wood a lot over the last number of days, as I've said that, with our activities and our athletics, with our coaches and our athletes and our activity members abiding by the COVID protocols. We have yet to have a team that has been quarantined to this point. We've lost matches, we've lost games, we've lost competitions because other communities, unfortunately, have had teams quarantined. We have an outstanding COVID response team. Our coaches are taking these protocols seriously, and I know our athletes and our activity members, when they're in the building and when they're involved in our activities, they're taking these protocols seriously. I can't speak to when they leave our walls, when they leave our fields and practice areas. But just a credit to our staff and our students for abiding by these. So as of, I'm not going to read them verbatim, but we're looking at those given numbers. November 5th and the 12th, respectively, we had less than 5 athletes in quarantine. We were able to get on those given cases right away, get them removed from our teams, most importantly from our schools, and get them into quarantine. And as has been mentioned a couple different times here this evening, we have not had any transmissions in school, nor have we had any transmissions between coaches and athletes or activity members and advisors throughout Red Wing activities. I say this not only as a director, but I say this as a parent and as a community member, that when our kids are involved in activities, that's 2 to 3 hours a day that we know what they're doing. They're masked up when they're not competing. They are taking masks off at times when they are competing, but we know what they're doing. They're being observed. and they're being led by our gracious adults who are doing an outstanding job of trying to teach and monitor these given protocols. The social emotional was already spoken to earlier, so I won't go into that. That's a board presentation for another day. Heidi mentioned this earlier, sort of a return to play or some steps that may need to be taken. I'm going to gloss over the COVID protocols established by the league. Our coaches know those front and back. You can click on those anytime there and read through those. But based on the data we have right now, next steps may include, but are not limited to. And as I typed this out over the weekend, there was actually, I'm seeing some dials that are starting to show themselves from other districts throughout the state, similar to the dials of Governor Walz early on in this pandemic. And so we'll be working through some of those potential dials for Red Wing schools here for the board meeting on Monday. But the next steps may include full activities, which is where we're at as we sit here right now on Monday evening. No restrictions on games or practices. We could go to sort of a step 2, which would be activities practice in person with restrictions on games, meaning no competitions. Or we could tone it down a little bit more, practice 2 to 3 days a week in distance learning in pods on separate days when using the same facility. I'll just say, for an example, if we have hockey and we're at this particular model, the girls and our boys would rotate 2 to 3 days per week so we can get that cleaned out. I know we clean it out anyway, but just that would be the next step. And then obviously where we were last spring, it would be a virtual only type of practice. As of last week, and these are subject to change, and I could go into more details on each one of these districts, but they may have changed sort of their policy. And to be honest here, a lot of this is just based on timing of board meetings. It's not that we're late to the call on this. A lot of these were decided late last week in given districts. And so as you look there right at the big 9, Faribault, Mankato East and West, the Rochester district and Northfield, they've delayed the start of their winter activities to a to be determined date. Some have thrown out January. Some are going to look at it every couple of weeks. They are allowing their football teams to finish tomorrow night, and some are allowing their volleyball teams to finish their respective seasons through the end of this week and possibly next. Winona, Austin, Owatonna, and Albert Lee, they're delaying the start, but they're going to revisit here in a couple weeks. You've heard the term scalpel used a lot by Mr. Anderson. You've heard it used by Governor Walz and the Department of Health, and I think you're seeing that there. And then as we sit right now, certainly it's not that we haven't made a decision. We are monitoring this on a daily basis, hourly basis at times. But as it sits in Red Wing right now, we have not made a decision on this. I'll just go to what I consider to be the recommendation at this time. And I'll just throw in that note there as well, that we're a proud member of this conference. We're a proud member of Goodhue County. We're a proud member of Red Wing. But the numbers do look a little bit different in Red Wing as compared to some of these other places. And so we need to act in the best interest of Red Wing kids. I think it's important that we monitor metrics and measures from other areas, including our own. But as it sits right now, the recommendation as we sit here on Monday is that we'd like to allow our football team to finish their postseason game, which will be tomorrow night. We'd like to allow our volleyball team to continue their season. We just had 2 levels lost last night, not in Red Wing, but we will not be playing 9th grade or B squad in our competition tomorrow night because the other teams are having some COVID issues. And then we all know we have a board meeting here next Monday, but my recommendation tonight would be allow those activities to begin practice just so we can get kids registered and in the face of their coach Monday afternoon, and we can review and that decision as a board, and we might have a different recommendation as an administrative team and a COVID response team come Monday, the 23rd. We're evaluating this daily, and it's been really enlightening on my part and my end to talk to our health and safety people, to talk to our district administrative team, and talk to our coaches and kids, realize the importance of these activities, but we want to do it in a safe and enjoyable manner. So with that, I will open it up for any questions or comments.
Anybody have anything for Paul while he's here? Sounds like perhaps without any comments, we're kind of in agreement that we'll just wait in a holding pattern until next Monday and see what the next week brings? I'm seeing nods. Yes. Should we wait for a week? Okay.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. That was a well done. I don't know if I would have said getting the kids in the face of the coach, but
Good point. Good point.
Literally, right?
but yeah, again, everybody, and it's about the best we can do. And yeah, I heard the governor speak this afternoon saying that he may or may not do something about it. So we just wait and see. Thanks.
Yeah, Paul, and if the numbers aren't there, let the student athletes or people involved in activities finish their season, and let's see what brings after that. So I agree.
Yeah, good. Okay, well, to be determined. Thank you, Paul, for your time. I'm glad you got home safely, and we'll see you next Monday, if not before.
Very good. Thank you.
All right. All right. Anything else on COVID response right now, Mr. Anderson?
We do have Don Wettern available to briefly talk about childcare during COVID.
Okay, thank you for allowing me a few minutes. I apologize, my voice is just a little bit raspy still. We do have school age care open at all 4 sites. We have about 200 kids enrolled. Not all kids come every day. We had about 110 today. We have staff breaking down, following the protocol of safety. Been very fortunate. We've stayed pretty healthy in Kids Junction, and we are adhering to the numbers and social distancing and masking, and we are offering support for online learning. So that went really well today. I think once we got an hour or so into the day and we were able to divide the kids up, it worked really well. Very, very fortunate that the majority of team that was with us last spring is still with us, and I cannot compliment the staff or Justin anymore. They have just done a tremendous job stepping up to the plate and doing what needs to be done and providing a safe, supportive environment for our kids. And we are just very fortunate in this district for staff that'll work from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. and serve our kids so our families can continue their job. We also have a lot of support from our custodial staff and food service. We couldn't do it without them. This will be different than it was in the spring. We will have teachers in the room, so hopefully they'll peek in and tell our kids hi. And we were pretty lonely last spring because we were only ones in the building. That'll be a little different this time around. So we really do appreciate that. Principals have been supportive. Just everybody in the whole district has been supportive as we try to, again, provide a safe environment so our families can continue to work. The governor, again, was very, very careful to outline criteria to provide support specifically to our Tier 1 workers. Different this fall, both parents have to be Tier 1. We are open from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. currently at all 4 buildings. I don't know if we'll be reducing that. Cost is $29 a day, includes breakfast and lunch. And then if they're there late, it'll also include a snack plus distance learning support. So that's just a quick update. And I really appreciate the board's support and knowing this is a directive from the governor. So I just hope we can stay healthy and, keep providing the service.
Heidi?
So Dawn, I have a capacity question. I'm assuming that perhaps our numbers will go up. I mean, we've heard from parents that they're in tough situation, childcare, and maybe this is an option that they hadn't explored before. Are we able to expand what we're doing now, or are we kind of at our limits? Can you describe what that looks like when you manage right the now, childcare?
Yeah, Heidi, it really depends on, it's a little different this fall than it was last spring. We had a lot of downtime last spring. So believe it or not, it's a little more difficult to provide social distancing when you're doing activities. When children are on Chromebooks and learning, it is a little bit easier to, manage 10 kids with one staff person. We needed 2 or 3 when we were trying to keep kids apart. So we are closely monitoring that. At this point, we have not had to turn anybody away, but we may need to look at that capacity, depending again on our numbers. If we have close contacts, our staff don't have to be,
positive themselves. Our kids don't have to be positive, but close contacts need to stay home. So those numbers can impact us also. So we definitely need to have the staff to provide the service. Thank you for asking that.
Yeah, thank you for describing kind of some of those circumstances that drive to the decision-making about staffing and managing the children. So thanks for the update.
You're welcome. Any other questions or concerns?
Nope, I don't see any more for you, Dawn. So thank you so much for joining us this evening. And as always, if there are questions or concerns that come up, we know how to reach you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're doing awesome. Thank you.
All right. Anything else on the COVID response?
That's it for this week, but we'll have more a week from now.
Yes, yes. So to be continued. All right, next on our agenda is the open and or closed session pursuant to MS 13D08 to conduct an evaluation of the superintendent. You see some background information there. As a board, we always conduct an annual evaluation of the superintendent on his performance, and this is our opportunity to give him that feedback in an open or a closed session. The recommended motion is to move into a closed session to evaluate the superintendent. So I am looking for a motion.
Question first, please.
Yep.
I'm not sure I received a separate meeting invitation. I've looked for it. I can't find it.
Yep, I didn't want to confuse the issue by sending or having you look at multiple meeting announcements. And so if the board approves to go into closed session, then just go into the meeting invite that's, started at 9 p.m. Just click on there. And then people in the public, if they want to stick around to see if you're going to negotiate with me, because that's the next agenda item, they'll see a screen that just says that we're in closed session. And if they just stay there until we come back into the meeting, then they'll be able to watch the open session again. It's a little complicated, but that's how it seemed to make the most sense.
Okay, so who sent the email so I know how to search for it? Is it Lisa or you?
Lisa.
I just sent it.
Oh, great. Thank you. I didn't want to be lost in technical limbo here. All right, thank you.
Pam, I'll make a motion to go into closed session.
Mike will second.
All right. Any other discussion?
Can we have about 5 or 10 minutes before we use this one to the next meeting?
Yeah. Yep, absolutely. All right, we'll vote for moving into a closed session. Janie made the motion, Mike seconded it, and we will do a roll call vote. Mr. Christensen, we'll start with you.
Aye.
Mr. Derricks?
Aye.
Ms. Fair?
Aye.
Ms. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Tower?
Aye.
Mr. Bryant?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. That's 7-0. It's 9:15.
Will we be coming back to this meeting, this invite, or staying on the other one?
We'll come back to this meeting invite after the closed session.
Okay.
How about
All right.
how much time we want? 10 minutes, 8 minutes, 5 minutes?
10 minutes.
All right, we'll reconvene at 9:25 on the other invitation. See you there. with the superintendent to conduct his evaluation. The next item on our agenda is the negotiations of superintendent contract. The school board will determine if negotiations should be conducted with the superintendent for his contract that ends on June 30th. Even though the personnel committee in Red Wing typically handles negotiations with the superintendent, the school board must approve the contract at an open meeting. If the board so desires, we are looking to authorize the personnel committee to negotiate with the superintendent for his next contract beginning July 1st, 2021. Discussion.
Well, I think we need a motion first, so I'm going to go ahead and make that motion to approve what you just said.
Motion made by Janie. Looking for a second.
I'll second.
Mike? I'll give it to you, Mike. Motion made by Janie, seconded by Mike. Discussion.
I'll be the bearer of bad news to start with, I guess. He's 7.5 months before his next contract. I think the new board should be negotiating his new contract, and I won't support it if the personnel committee ends up being involved in negotiations prior to the sitting of the new board. So, thank you.
Arlen?
Yeah, once again, I'm going to stand by my belief the new board should make this decision, and so I will not be supporting this.
Other discussion? Janie?
And I will be supporting this because I believe it's in the best interest of our staff, our community, and our students. I think we just have to get the process going. I do not understand how we'd go look for other staff in the business with all the uncertainty we have going on. So I just think we have to start the process and get going.
I agree with Janie. I mean, I can't imagine that 3 brand new board members, half the board is going to be working with a superintendent for weeks, evaluate everything we've gone through tonight, and then start a hiring process. And really, the last superintendent search I did, the superintendent gave us way notice ahead of time in October so that we could find a new superintendent, interview, and get ahead of a little bit ahead of other districts in order to keep what we, to find what we had. So I don't think the board is understanding the hiring cycle here if you're thinking something different's going to happen. So, and we talked about referendum planning, and I don't know why you would want to attempt to short-term the superintendent, leading you out of COVID and into the next phase of referendum planning. We really need some stability. And it's not just the superintendent's responsibility to manage what's ahead, it's the board's too. And you need an experienced person in charge. I'm proud to say I was the board chair when we led the superintendent search for Karsten, and he dragged this district into the 21st century. I mean, he's really good at organizational assessment, finance, budgetary, and to me, the examples of how this system was able to pivot so well to adjust to COVID circumstances speaks volumes to me. So I think I'm ready to go ahead, and I would like to offer more than just 1 year because I think it's a horrible message to the community for just 1 year.
Mike, you're in queue. And you're on mute.
I'll second what Janie and Heidi said. Just going through the paperwork that we did tonight and people on the board not necessarily following what it was that we were doing, and they've been on the board for a few years. It will be shortchanging and putting our district at a distinct disadvantage in more ways than one to go looking for a new superintendent if the new school board, who has no concept or experience working with Karsten, If they decide that they don't want him in March or January, God forbid, what would they know in January? It's really, plus besides the COVID thing, having all these things that have been set in place effectively by Superintendent Anderson. I just don't see a good way to have somebody else, somebody without experience working with the superintendent, decide whether he's suitable for the job or not. In order to decide that, they would have to come in with a preconceived notion that he either was or wasn't good at what he was doing. And neither one of those would be a good approach to hiring or firing a superintendent. You need to gain the experience working with somebody in order to find out how they work and what kind of job they do and how they do it. So while I understand the hesitation to have 3 people going off the board approve of negotiating with the superintendent, I don't see how you can have 3 new people coming on the board hire a superintendent in the first 3 months of their tenure. That's all.
Holly?
Thank you, Pam. In listening to all of this, there seems to be a lot of put downs in a lot of different capacities, and it doesn't feel okay. And it's unfortunate because what Karsten needs from us is leadership, and going back and forth and not listening to each other, but putting each other down is so frustrating and so detrimental to what we're supposed to be doing for the community. So I feel bad, Karsten, that, you've had to be part of trying to navigate so many different personalities, myself included. But because somebody's been on the board for 10 years doesn't mean that they're a stellar board person. I'm not saying you are or you aren't. But because somebody gets on and they're on the board for 2 months doesn't mean they don't have a clue. So saying things that are blanket statements like that are extremely unfair for the superintendent, because he's going into a new board next winter with 4 of us who are on, 3 new people. And we should have as much faith in 3 new people as we are supposed to have in each other. And, listening to what I've been listening to, it's really depressing. So, I'm not sure how I'm going to vote at this moment, but I just had to get that out.
Thank you, Holly. Arlen?
Yeah, what I'm hearing is a little concerns me because I have not said I don't want Karsten to have his contract renewed. I think you've lost faith in people coming on that they will make a decision that he very, very well will be the superintendent with the new board approve it, but to take that choice away from our new incumbent or new board members coming in there, I think shows a lack of faith in our existing board that they can do a good job and make a good decision. And I don't see this. I think this is a choice of the new board. And I'll stand by it. And I shouldn't have come back a second time with it, but I feel very strongly about this, that the new board should make that decision. And I actually believe they would renew the contract, but for you outgoing board members to tell us that we have to go with what you feel was right for the long term, then you should have run again.
So I think everybody's had a chance to weigh in on this, and I will just end this conversation by saying that in my professional life, what I have learned is that, I go through an evaluation every single year as well. And it's this board that has done an evaluation based on the work that we have done with the superintendent. And I feel strongly that it's this board that should make a recommendation on whether we as a district continue with his leadership or not, based on the evaluation that we've conducted and met on just prior to this discussion. And so I feel very strongly that it shouldn't be pushed out to a new board, not because they're not capable. I'm very excited to get to know those folks and work with them. But I know as a new board member, when I came on 4 years ago, we had an evaluation cycle that started in May. So in April, I was given an evaluation form that I couldn't answer most of the questions because I hadn't had firsthand knowledge of any of those questions. I hadn't seen the superintendent do what I was being asked to evaluate. And so I think that we need to give the new board some time to get to know the superintendent, to be able to evaluate his performance and make a recommendation moving forward. I don't think it's responsible to put that in their laps, not having any opportunity to work with the superintendent and make a recommendation. You need some time to do that. And I think that's just a fact. I wouldn't want my current boss to do an evaluation of me at my job, give me a really good recommendation and evaluation, and then she leaves her job and a new person comes in and says, well, I've heard, or I know, or my perception is, and I don't want you in this job anymore. That is not how I would want to be evaluated and either hired or fired in my job. So that is my 2 cents. Anybody else have anything else they would like to share during this discussion time? All right, so the motion on the table is to authorize the Personnel Committee to negotiate with the superintendent for a contract beginning July 1st, 2021. Motion made by Janie, seconded by Mike. And we will begin the vote with Ms. Baer.
Aye.
Ms. Jones?
Aye.
Ms. Power?
No.
Mr. Bryant?
No.
Mr. Christensen? Mr. Christensen? I can't hear
Aye.
you, Mike. Mr. Derricks?
No.
And chair votes aye, so that passes 4-3. So we will bring this to the Personnel Committee to begin the negotiation with the superintendent for his new contract.
Thank you, by the way, not only for, the possibility of a new contract, but also discussion during the closed session, for my evaluation. We're all on the same team. We need to work together, and I'm committed to it. And I know that each of you is as well. So hopefully we can continue stepping forward together.
Thank you. Upcoming meetings and future topics. There's a list of upcoming meetings there. We will meet again as a group next next Monday, November 23rd. The Finance Committee is meeting at 4:45, and then we will have our workshop / special board meeting to discuss COVID-related issues.
Also, Pam, if I could add, Lisa did post for a special personnel committee meeting this Thursday. And superintendent or contract's one of them, but also we need to go over terms and conditions of employment for program directors and non-classified personnel, discussion about director of technology and some other items. So just wanted to be, forthright with that, that has been posted. Also, I'm hoping that just 30 minutes before that, we could have the non-certified negotiations committee meet just to talk about food service MOU request, as well as kind of prep for custodial negotiations. So hopefully that's also on Thursday.
Heidi, were you raising your hand?
Yes, I don't see it on the schedule. I just wanted clarification. We're not having a board meeting, a workshop on the final Monday of December, correct? Or not? I don't know. And what was the other one? Sometimes we don't have a finance committee meeting either on that fourth Monday. So I don't know if decisions have been made. Like I say, in the past, finance hasn't met on that final Friday because there's really not a whole lot of new information coming in. I don't know if that's the case this year or not. Is that December 28th or something? And then I don't see it that we have a workshop, and I would think the workshop's kind of limited since you have people that are only going to be there for another week. And then you've got new people, but I don't know what's planned. So I was looking for some clarification tonight.
Yeah, I know that the workshop has not been on the schedule.
Okay.
But I'm not sure about the finance committee. I'll check with Jackie. I started that item, and I'll talk to her to see if she needs to do it. And we may want to wait until earlier mid-December before we decide for sure.
Right. I just thought maybe we should bring it up at our finance committee meeting next week. That's when we usually discuss, hey, what do you see ahead? Do we really need that final meeting? And this year, maybe we do. Maybe we need to sign off. We've got enrollment projections, or we have COVID grants or something that we need. I don't know what's incoming this year. So anyway, just food for thought.
And actually, Heidi, why, if you don't mind bringing that up at the next finance committee meeting,
sure.
You know, because I think the group there will want to decide together if they want that meeting in December.
Exactly. Yep.
All right. Anything else we want to highlight? All right, then I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Jim?
Second.
Polly? Any discussion? Heidi Jones, we'll take a roll call vote starting with you.
Aye.
Ms. Tower?
Aye.
Mr. Bryant?
Aye.
Mr. Christensen?
Aye.
Mr. Derricks?
Aye.
Ms. Fair?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. We are adjourned 7-0. Thank you, everyone. Sleep
Good
well.
night. Go Vikings.
10:45.
Good
Hey,
night.
I don't care. The Vikings won, so that's what.
Oh, they did?
Yeah.
Oh,
In Chicago.
That'll be a cold day in Chicago when the Vikings beat them.
Yeah, I know. I love it. See you later.
Bye.